All right.
Oh yeah. We're here. We're live. Let me update the business over here.
Yeah.
Hopefully everyone piles back in. After that,
That rude interruption.
the rude interruption.
It was so rude.
It was rude. Here we go. Oh yeah. Smooth beats. Boom. All right. All right, we're back. Well, I guess we won't have a true crime watch party.
Guess not.
Let's check out some Sky News.
Like those we saw in
Sounds
the reports
good.
now.
Well, as things stand, the people that the Norwegian Refugee Council, that my colleagues in country are trying to help, are telling us that they're accumulating debt. They're looking to desperate coping mechanisms like
Afghanistan
labor,
does seem
like
crazy.
early forced marriage. We can only imagine that these terrible circumstances will be multiplied and increased next year. It's likely that the 5 billion asked for this year to address
Christy.
the
Oh,
crisis
I bet
will
UK.
double, and we might be looking for 10.
Actually, I bet UK and Canadian viewers, the stream didn't go down. I think I just violated US policy with that last stream. So Christy was probably there the whole time. Yeah. No. Stream,
Oh, no.
Yeah, the stream got pulled for violation.
And we just walked away
Yeah.
like, fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll just watch some news or something and hang out with you guys. We can watch Al Jazeera English. I'm just kidding. What do we got
to
here?
determine whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. See, those are the words I want.
It said it was private. Well, I deleted it now, so I don't get a strike or anything.
And that's what he thought.
So it didn't happen. There was
And
no
I've
true
got some
crime
letters
watch
that
party.
George
Damn
Washington
it.
wrote where he said the same thing. It's an experiment. That experiment
it should be
existed then
done.
because even the liberals in Europe, you know, they're looking over here and they're saying it's a great idea in principle, but it'll never work. But we'll show them it does. That's what Washington thought. And that's what Lincoln thought. And that's what people still think today. And I say, oh, I want you, and I'm talking to the students now.
Yeah.
I say, I want you to pick just this up. It's an experiment that's still going on. And I'll tell you something. You know who will see whether that experiment works?
Let's see.
It's you, my friend.
What was that most recent Gardy
It's you,
press
Mr.
conference?
It's you, Mr. College student. It's you, Mr. Law School students. It's us, but it's you. It's that next generation. And the
Or is
one
it
after
Grady?
that. My grandchildren and their children. They'll determine whether the experiment still works. And of course, I am an optimist, and I'm pretty sure it will. Does it surprise you that that's the thought?
Is it? Here we go. 4 months ago, 1 month ago. I'm trying to find the most recent one because Christy or Erica shared a hilarious one. Well, might just have to snatch it from the Discord real quick. It's fine. Let's see, where was it? Let's go up to the news pages. Hmm. I didn't, Christy. Yeah. Oh yeah, Spotify sided with Joe Rogan. Where the hell? Where did you post the Cardi thing, Christy? Or the Grady, the most recent press conference? Alright. Never mind. We'll just go to the old Explore page in the news. Oh. Whoa.
Texas man facing charges for selling a gun to the guy who held 4 hostages inside a synagogue near Dallas earlier this month. The Justice Department charged Henry Michael Williams with being a felon in possession of a firearm. They say Williams, who'd been convicted of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, sold a gun
let's see.
to Malik
Got a link from
Akram, who
Anthony.
then held the synagogue's rabbi and others hostage for hours January 15th. Akram was shot and killed by police. 2 other men from the British cities of Birmingham and Manchester were arrested for questioning.
So the synagogue standoff, somebody sold that gun to somebody. That was like a gun that somebody bought. That's crazy.
Uh-oh.
All right, let's see what we got here from ABC News. Boston hospital denies heart transplant to man who hasn't gotten COVID-19 vaccine.
I wanted your opinion on this because I have some strong opinions that'll divide the masses.
I mean, I'm pro vaccine, so get your vaccine. I'm so tired of anti-vaxxers and their bullshit and their fear and their nonsense.
Absolutely agree.
Like get the vaccine and come do cool shit with me. I am so over the anti-vax nonsense. Let's see. The family of a Boston man is speaking out after they said their 31-year-old son was struck from a wait list for a heart transplant because he was not vaccinated against COVID-19. And yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a medical infrastructure, and they are suggesting you get the vaccine. DJ
I kind of had a little bit of an argument with my mom about this because my mom was like, just because he doesn't want a vaccine doesn't mean that he shouldn't, be afforded the right to live. And I was like, well, isn't he making a life or death decision one way or another?
Yeah.
And she got kind of upset about it. And I'm like, there are people who are doing their due diligence to societal, responsibilities. And they're getting vaccinated and they're dying because people like this are sitting on the wait list.
Yeah. It says here, a quote from a family member, Tracy Ferguson. It says, he's not an anti-vaxxer. He has all of his vaccines. He's an informed patient who is concerned because of his current cardiac crisis. So what
did his doctor say?
However, doctors say the risk of severe illness and inflammation of the heart from contracting COVID-19 is much more likely than the low risk of heart inflammation from the vaccine, which is usually temporary. Again, like people aren't weighing the option. It sounds like he was told by his primary care physician, much like I was when things first popped off, that he shouldn't take it. Because of the potential for heart inflammation, which they didn't know too much about when the vaccine first happened. So so now I kind of understand why DJ here didn't get the vaccine, and it's for much the same reason I waited so long when you
initially, yeah, but he's
compromised.
continuing to refuse.
Yeah, see the continued refusal is weird to me. Let me read forward here a little bit.
So I have a feeling that this, he's an informed patient actually comes from Google told me.
Yeah, I got a feeling that maybe some of it's from or he's getting it from, anti-vax places. Like he might be following some Joe Rogan. A lot of young men around his age fall into that trap, fall into that, and it's like, look, Joe Rogan is a 50-year-old millionaire. You probably shouldn't get your health advice from a super fit 50-year-old millionaire. He's as every man as he is, he's probably not the person to get that kind of information from. National Transplant Associations recommend the COVID-19 vaccines before the transplants, as do many medical centers. Because after a transplant, the patient's immune system can be compromised from medications necessary to keep the organ and the patient alive. Exactly, like you are functionally immunocompromised after something that massive,
Yeah.
you know. And so let's see, the coronavirus vaccine. I'm trying to see if there's more here. While the hospital could not comment on Ferguson's case, citing HIPAA, Rhonda said that all patients seeking transplants undergo a comprehensive evaluation to determine if they are eligible for the operation. Transplant seekers are also screened for certain lifestyle behaviors that might disqualify them, such as substance use and active smoking, she added. That's true. There's a lot of reasons you can get taken off that list for an organ transplant.
Absolutely.
I genuinely feel like if you really care about your life enough to get that organ replaced, man, you should just go ahead and get the vaccine if it keeps you from getting it. But I'm somebody who's, throw a hurdle in front of me, I'm going to try to jump it.
Yeah, exactly.
And
I'm kind of with Christy here. Just don't come complaining whenever you get sick. I'm pro-vax. I have a really hard time with it's their choice. That's the only thing that holds me back is it's their choice.
Mm-hmm.
It is, sure. But I also feel like if you choose not to do it, and the rest of us do as a society and in a collective unit, a lot of those things that you enjoy having freedoms with, like going into government buildings. We were just talking about this morning.
Yeah. I've just yet to hear vaccine skepticism from anybody that isn't selfish as all hell. I know a bunch of people that are selfish as all hell and are anti-vaxxers and are scared to do it, but are also scared of everything else in the world and don't.
But you know what's weird to me?
They're selfish.
Right. The people that I run across that are anti-vax in my life aren't anti-vaccine anywhere else.
No.
Just COVID.
Just COVID, yeah. And it's, again, like kids get MMR and there's all kinds of vaccines that happen and have happened for a reason. And I'm done fighting it. But I'm sitting here sore from my second round of vaccine. So, again, I'm pro-vax.
My 5-year-old gets his second one on the 31st.
Oh.
He didn't even cry. If my 5-year-old can do it, y'all can do it. It's not going to hurt, I promise.
Yeah.
I mean, you might feel like shit later, but
no, yeah, you really might not feel well later, but yeah.
But it'll only last a few days. You'll be fine.
Yeah, you'll be all right.
And then you've done your due diligence, and I'll respect you again.
Yeah. Jennifer Miller.
To put that into perspective, my stepdad is just now getting over COVID. He is not vaccinated, and he was very, very sick. My mom, vaccinated and boosted, didn't get sick at all. Never tested positive, not once.
Yeah. Jennifer Miller, a bioethicist at Yale, told ABC News that hospitals must allocate prudently when it comes to organ transplants. She's quoted as saying, "If you end up giving a heart to somebody who then dies, not only that person died, another person didn't get that heart," she said.
Exactly.
And, that's, it's in my personal opinion, a selfish move to not get it. I've yet to see anything that doesn't cycle around to me, as if you're not living on a planet with other people. Again,
right.
like when I caught COVID, and I've said this on the stream before, all I could think about were the people I potentially gave it to.
Yeah.
And if you've gone through that, you'd probably feel how I feel about it. I'm a person that actually cares about the people around me, and I didn't like that I potentially did that to people. And if getting the vaccine lowers my risk of doing that to people, then I'm going to do it.
I mean, I got the flu at a convention one time and still called all the friends that I was around, like, hey, careful around your kids. And, my kid caught RSV and gave it to the rest of the family. And I called everybody I was around that weekend, hey, my kid's got RSV. Watch out for your babies, you know?
Yep.
It was, and it's COVID.
Yeah.
It's continuing to kill millions of people.
Yeah, and I'm in a big city. There were a bunch of faces in my mind when I tested positive. A lot of people. you know?
It's down to like the woman that you held the door open in the grocery store. It's
Exactly.
down to stuff like that where you're just like,
Exactly.
shit. And that woman has grandkids and children, and
Yeah.
it's scary.
Well, I'm always a nice person to homeless people that ask me for change or something. Even if I don't have anything on me, I might grab their arm or something and say, I don't, but God bless you.
Yeah.
And then I normally get oh, God bless you. I get a friendly back at me. And
Yeah.
I'd probably touch the arm of like 2 or 3 different homeless people who already sounded like they were wheezing. Felt horrible. Horrible.
And those people are the last people you want to give it to, because
Horrible.
Lord knows they don't have health care.
Yeah.
Not only that, but they don't even have a warm home to recover in.
There's nothing.
So
Yeah, they would be screwed, and that'd be I did that to them. I did that, and even if you could say 1,000 different ways, like, oh no, you didn't do that to them. It's just the world. It's like, no, I would hold it like that. I would hold it like that because I'm not selfish like that.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I recognize I live in a world with other people, and it's
Yeah. I would be the same way. It's my fault. Whether I purposefully licked a doorknob and got COVID or not, it's my fault because I touched you.
Yeah.
And I shouldn't have done it. I would be so hard on myself.
Yeah. Of truckers on the way to Trudeau's building. Oh, that's crazy. There's some crazy Canadian news going on, it sounds like.
I love Canadian news.
Ooh.
It's always presented in such a way that it feels non-biased, or maybe it's just the news outlets that I'm getting Canadian news from.
Yeah, Biden confirms that he will nominate the first black woman to the Supreme Court by the end of February.
I saw that. Good for him.
Ooh. Biden.
It's about time.
Breyer make joint announcement. Oh, looks like there's a video attached. Cool.
Court pick. They are looking to get this done very quickly, looking at the midterms that are just around the corner. President Biden needs a boost here, and to do it, they'll only need a simple majority vote, 51 votes. If they keep their party in line, they should be able to get this nominee passed. And Terry
A $6,000 fine if caught. Christy, if you have a really good news source that I can go to,
yeah,
send it my way, sweet pea.
Yeah, you gotta drop links, lady. There's straight up, there's Canada. Trudeau is going to do everything he can to politically show that he is on the opposite side of Boris Johnson. Keep that in mind with Canadian politics. You have Boris Johnson, who in the they're both under the crown. They're both PMs. He is a liberal PM. Boris Johnson is a conservative PM, and Boris Johnson just lifted the mandates. So of course Trudeau's trying to overcorrect and make sure mandates stay in place or happen. And again, I don't want the mandates to happen, but I'm about to be vaccinated. It's about to not be an issue for me. So get vaccinated. That's gonna be selfish.
Late 50s, mid-50s or so.
Yeah, I'm vaccinated.
That was my favorite. That was my favorite line from the whole.
Yeah, I mean, eat my butt. I'm gonna go do stuff. I'm sorry you don't like having fun and are selfish. Go do shit. Go get vaccinated. I've missed Harry Anthony tremendously. Damn.
Yeah, Christy, I always assume that places aren't what they seem, but I have a lot of respect for leaders who are trying to do something rather than doing nothing. And I have a lot of respect for countries that actually take care of their people. No, there's no mask mandate here, not at all. And the places, I live in a really small town. I just moved, and I live in an even smaller town than I lived in a small town before. And there's like signs on chain stores because as the corporation, there's supposed to be a mask mandate set in place, like Dollar General, for example. There's supposed to be a mask mandate. But if you walk in there, not a single worker has a mask on, and if they do, it's on their chin. And not a single person in there has a mask on, and if you say anything, they don't care.
Yeah.
They just simply don't care.
Now, Arizona, it says here on Google, the governor has already reiterated that Arizona doesn't allow mask mandates and that businesses by law don't have to enforce them. The Pima County Board of Supervisors voted 3-2 to require people to wear masks indoors in public when they can't distance by 6 feet. So what you see here in Arizona, I'm in Tucson, so it's liberal as hell here. Everywhere chooses to make people wear masks. They offer masks at the door and they say you can come in and shop, but you got to wear a mask. There's a cool art shop down the road that I love. I'm actually wearing a shirt from there right now. And they'll have a door person working like, hey, you got to have a mask. You guys got to stay. You only let a certain amount of people in at a time. So, it kind of comes to a compassion thing here. While you don't have to, we're in a college town and it's a metropolitan area. So the people who actually care about people take it pretty seriously, I've noticed here in Tucson.
Yeah, and whenever I lived in Arkansas, Asa Hutchins, who's the governor of Arkansas, said that it was up to the businesses. And now I live in Oklahoma, and the governor of Oklahoma barred any sort of private business from mandating masks.
Gosh.
They can't, though.
He did.
Yeah, it's like that's their decision. If they want to be compassionate and not make their business a COVID epicenter, I mean, it's just ridiculous. Like,
and they're going around it is some businesses here, like Dollar General, is not based out of Oklahoma, and so they can corporately mandate that their stores require masks, and that travels through. But he also barred like government buildings from mandating masks.
Huh. That's so weird. It's like you can't do
been a thing since forever.
Yeah, like what? You gotta let business see, and that sounds fascistic to me. That sounds authoritarian and as all hell to me. Like, you're telling a business they can't enforce something. Like,
isn't that crazy?
Like, if I want to be compassionate with my business, I will. You can come tell me I can't do a mask mandate, and I don't like that.
You could use that as a way to win a court case about streaking in public and prove a point.
Yeah. Yeah. That's so oof. That makes me so mad. Hey, I'm back to happy news. Not necessarily COVID related. We might get our first female black Supreme Court justice by the end of February. Maybe we'll get to see,
Top among the list, we have to say, is Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson of the U.S. Court of Appeals here in Washington, D.C. U.S. Court of Appeals here in Washington, D.C.
Why replayed that part?
Is a very
No, keep playing. Why did you pause? Why did you stop?
To the U.S. Court of Appeals, she was confirmed by the Senate with 3 Republican
votes. Are you casting
She
to Discord as
is
well?
not only Harvard-educated, but has experience as a public defender.
Gotcha.
No, he's
Spent
not.
time on the Public Sentencing Reform Commission.
Bam.
Very young, 51 years old, mother of 2, very charismatic. That
Oh,
could be
Christy,
very
that's
appealing,
awful.
To President Obama.
Yeah.
And she also happens
That
to be
is
the clerk
awful.
for Justice Breyer,
The
so
only
there's that as
argument
well.
I have
But
for
there are
that is
other
like,
distinguished
at least
names at
you
the
get
top of this
health
list
care.
as well. Take a look at
In America, in America, we're not even allowed to know who the current money czar is. According to laws, like, we're not allowed to know who the sitting board of the Federal Reserve is. We have a magical person that waves a wand over our money and says, we don't know where our taxes go. As far as I know, most of my tax dollars as an adult have gone into space and made trash. Trash that orbits around the planet. Like,
Yeah, exactly. We don't have healthcare.
Yeah.
We don't have any sort of, funded school system, aside from a public school that is greatly hurting because it is so underfunded. We have a really big military. We have a really big military, and we have Space Force, and that's it.
that's it. Yeah,
Spend what little funding they give to the schools on standardized testing.
Yes, standardized testing, Space Force, and
since Clinton education reform, it's all scantrons and stuff here in America for the most part. When it comes to public education,
Yeah.
like
And
my
let me
public
tell you how
education.
fantastic those scantrons are. One time I drew a duck in bubbles on my scantron and I passed a test. So, there was
That's coinky dink. That's coinky dink. That's
And from then on out, I was like, fuck it, we're just drawing ducks.
yeah. I'll just yeah. Shout out Eli. Eli used to hook me up and fill out an extra scantron with the test, and like she 100%ed a bunch of tests for me one time. It was fucking very nice of Eli.
Button things up as we look at these.
I remember that,
She
Eli.
deserves better.
Yeah.
She deserves more.
Yeah.
I was looking back at the notes.
Whatever
We
life
had
has
the
given her,
love,
she deserves more.
Stephen Breyer stepping up and talking about the Gettysburg Address there at the podium, saying it's what I teach my grandchildren. And he said, I want to
Now, I
point
wonder
out,
if that is
Abraham
dependent
Lincoln
on where
made clear
you
all
live,
men
Christy, because I have a lot of
created
friends in
equal. And then he
Canada,
says,
and all of
"Any
them
man,
are
women,
like, at least we have health care.
So here
You
we
Americans be living life like you have free health care and you don't.
a
And
black,
they're right.
That's true.
Take
They're
that
right.
seat
Yeah.
and sort of bring things
I know people who
all
live-
around
still
here,
live
and by
that.
the end of
Yeah,
February, the president saying,
Again, I've bitched about it before on the stream, but people living that urgent care life drives me nuts. Take care of yourself. Don't live that urgent care. You're not in college anymore. You don't need to live the urgent care life. You need to go to we have a problem in America, Christy, because of the healthcare thing, where some people will get some pretty horrible, doesn't care about you healthcare from these urgent care clinics because they don't have insurance, and it's the cheapest, quickest option for them. Because there are some ERs that just won't do business with you if you're not insured, and
absolutely. Derek got kicked out of a hospital one time because he didn't have insurance, and he was running a really high fever and couldn't breathe. It was great.
See that? Yeah, exactly. It's scary. And
Allie said that everybody always has an I drew an X on a Scantron and Pass story. It's because Scantrons are bullshit.
yeah, it's because they're nonsense. I was too chicken to try. I'm pretty sure I've drawn stuff on him. One time for a specific biology teacher who was a delight. He used to have a rule like, if
Are you gonna
don't-
talk about Mr. H?
Yeah, Mr. H. I mean,
I love him.
He's given me credit for answers on tests because he has a policy like, if you don't know the answer to it, make me laugh, and I might give you a point.
Yep.
And so I just like, if I didn't know an answer, I just make him laugh the best I could. Hand in the thing.
You at least get half a point, and
So
that
his
was always
class was
nice.
basically like Cards Against Humanity.
Basically, yeah.
So the way that he did things was really interesting. He'd be like, I get it. You don't know the answer. I get it. You're not going to memorize everything. Not everybody learns the same way.
Yeah.
But as long as you try, because God knows, unless you're going into the science field, you don't need this shit anyway.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Just try and make me laugh.
Yeah. One time I took his class twice, 2 semesters in a row. And at the end of the first semester, he said, well, if you want to pass this class, you'll have to get a 108% on the final. And I said,
Holy shit.
well, how do I do that? Do you offer bonus credit? He said, no, you can only get 100% and you won't get that. So you won't pass this class. And I was like, it's fine. Take it again. I'll be back. I'll be back next semester, fool. No, he was hilarious. All right, let's find something. Let's find some news. Yo, did you guys actually?
I'm gonna get all nostalgic. I miss Mr. H. He's such a good. I always send him like random TikToks that I find that are all science related, and I'm probably like annoying the shit out of him. I'm sure I'm annoying the piss out of him with it. I'm like, look at this one from Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he's like, "Yep, that's real funny." And I'm like, "I know. Use it in your class. It's funny."
Use it in your class. You love it. All right, I'm gonna try to find the clip of Tucker Carlson sexualizing M&Ms.
I was just talking to Derek about this morning. He's big mad.
Oh, it's so funny. It's so funny.
He's big mad that M&M's not sexy anymore. And then I turned around.
You changed her sexy boots. I can't
How
believe
dare
that
they.
happened.
Just the fucking titles that I'm looking at on your screen. M&M's are no longer sexy. I didn't realize they were.
Oh, it's so fun. It's like, dude, what are you talking? I've seen some funny memes about it too. Oh my goodness. All right, come on. They
I
suddenly
almost
care.
sent you one, but I think you posted it.
I guess I'm trying to find. Maybe they've blacklisted it from YouTube.
Maybe.
Come on, somebody's had to
I
have
was
clipped
in
it.
I was in the gym and I had my headphones in, just scrolling through the TVs that are on the wall. And I get to Tucker Carlson's and he's like, "They've taken away the sexy boots on the green M&M." And I was like, "Excuse me?" And I had to pause my treadmill.
I think this guy managed to clip it and put it in a video. But here's the.
Oh yeah.
I think M&Ms were pushing intolerance, but they've been changed. You're seeing the changes right now on your screen. The green M&M, you will notice, is no longer wearing sexy boots.
How dare.
He's really into that, Nancy Sinatra, these boots are made for walking vibe. He misses the go-go M&M.
Now she's
Oh.
wearing
He just
wants to get
sensible
stepped
sneakers.
on.
Why?
He wants to, yeah.
Well, according to M&M's,
He
quote,
said-
we all win when we see more
It's a
women in
sad
leading
conservative
roles.
bottom.
Because leading women do not wear sexy boots. Leading women wear frumpy shoes. The frumpier, the better. That's the rule.
Wait, what?
Holy shit, Allie, that's incredible.
Oh, I have to pause it. This redesign he's literally complaining about right now is almost the same, save a stiletto heel. What? Are you into candy and feet? What are you talking about?
Can we just cue Sex and Candy and not get banned?
I smell copyright strikes. Yeah.
We need to get that recorded.
Unfortunately, out of copyright strikes for the day.
We can pass out copyright strikes like candy if we're not careful.
Yeah, blew my load on the copyright strikes quick today. I don't know why I thought I could do that.
Face, can we just take a second to look at Tucker's face? Look at how fucking angry he is. He's so mad. He's big mad. Look at his lips. Like he's got butthole lips going on.
Yeah, he's pursed. He's
so pursed.
He's so mad at the woke agenda frumping up his candy feet mask. I can't even.
Oh, liberals are ruining M&Ms.
Has, quote, transitioned from high stilettos to lower block heels. Also less sexy. That's progress. M&Ms will not be satisfied until every last cartoon character is deeply unappealing and totally androgynous.
Okay, first of all,
why do they need to be appealing? Why do they need to be appealing?
First of all, I have some things to say. Who in the hell is Tucker Carlson to tell her that her block heels are not sexy?
It really speaks to his weird shoe thing he must have.
Tucker, your foot fetish is showing, and you need to dial it back about 50 notches.
Anti-candy foot fetish agenda?
How dare you?
Tucker Carlson, foot fetishist and furry.
I knew it!
He's not into those gender fluid androgynous furries either. He needs them to be specifically in stiletto heels and... What are you talking about, Tucker? Tucker.
It was Tucker who was shitting in diapers at Rainforest. I fucking know it.
He was crinkling. He was the crinkle dude. Tucker, why are you out here crinkling? Transition from high stilettos to lower block heels. How, like, the fact that interns had to make these graphics and keep a straight face. After he was trying to say that the vaccine was making men feminine.
I said that on a tour one time.
Oh, the vaccine makes men feminine?
Yeah, I did. There was a guy who was just like a very outspoken anti-vaxxer, and he's like, oh, I don't want to be here with none of these black people. Like, he was like that. And so Steve walked in at the very end of my tour, and they just so happened to be the last people walking out. And I turned to my boss, Steve, and I said, did you hear that COVID is turning people gay? And this guy was like, I'm sorry, and I'm like, yeah.
Is it really? It'd be funny if that's the source where Tucker got this from. He's like, it was speculated deep in the Ozarks by scientists and deep professionals in COVID-19 that is making people feminine.
It just started by me and Steve, the meteorite man.
Oh, I can't. I think he goes.
So proud.
I think he goes on.
Until the moment you wouldn't want to have a drink with any one of them. That's the goal.
What the fuck?
Totally turned off. We've achieved equity. They've won.
That's right.
If you're not getting boners from candy, the liberals won. They're trying to take our commercial boners away.
Literally the opposite of Kellogg's viewpoint.
It's such.
Look at his fucking face.
He gets so I feel like surely he's been trolled by someone on his staff. Like, what, Tucker?
Like, I wonder if this is actually bothering him. I wonder if this is a thing that actually bothers him, or if like somebody in the wings was like, Tucker.
Oh yeah,
because that's definitely how people at Fox News talk. They took away her stilettos.
How dare M&Ms.
And he was just like, what?
He's actually upset by this. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna keep playing this cat's video and grab some tea real quick.
I'm so glad I'm on push to talk, or you just hear me fucking wheezing.
Oh, this is so good. This is so good.
Meanwhile,
Comedy
in
gold.
the burgeoning wellness movement, the Orange M&M will, quote, acknowledge and embrace his anxiety. And actually, if you look at him, the Orange M&M does appear very anxious. Maybe he doesn't like all the ugly new shoes he sees around him. Maybe he liked the sexy boots. Maybe the Orange M&M is a secret sexist himself.
The dongle.
This could have easily been a Stephen Colbert segment from 10 years ago.
Yes.
When he was playing his conservative character. This
He's so
is
mad.
indistinguishable from satire. It's unbelievable that he is serious during this segment. It also shows you...
Who's this fool? That's not Tucker Carlson.
You have to go back. You have to go back, Mark, and you
In a
have to
nod
listen
the
to him talk
burgeoning
about the
wellness
anxious
movement,
M&M.
The Orange M&M will, quote, acknowledge and embrace his anxiety.
That was my vibe going to get the second round of vaccine. I was like, what if I get sick?
I mean, same.
What if I get sick?
Same.
Acknowledge and embrace his anxiety.
And actually, if you look at him, the Orange M&M does appear very anxious. Maybe he doesn't like all the ugly new shoes he sees around him. Maybe he likes the sexy boots. Maybe the Orange M&M is a secret sexist himself.
Don't gaslight me into thinking the orange anxious. I mean, look, he does share something in common with the majority of Tucker Carlson's crowd. He's scared of the world. Okay, like he's scared of the world. He's scared to go live. He's scared to go do stuff. Everything is part of some agenda plan towards something else. So yeah, he for sure, maybe it is the biggest indicator that you're a Tucker Carlson fan if you just walk around scared of the world.
I'm with Allie. At first, I thought it was an SNL skit, and I stopped and I paused my treadmill for this shit.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
It's just so good.
Man,
Oh my gosh.
hold on. Apparently, a Fox host couldn't contain his laughter as Sarah Palin admitted she had COVID.
Oh no.
Well, I just got a text about this from...
What do we got here? This Majority Report. Let's see if we can't find the clip. Here we go. Legacy of CJ.
Governor Palin... Pause it. Why didn't they have her come into... She's in town. She's in New York.
Are you sure that's not the Fox News? Oh.
That's weird. All right, go ahead.
Palin, former Alaska governor and GOP vice presidential candidate. All right, so Governor Palin, when you see Maher finally come around on COVID-19, does that make you feel glad, or you kind of feel like, oh my gosh, what took you so long?
Did they bring her on?
Yes,
Talk about
individual.
Bill Maher?
They did. They brought her on Fox News to talk about Bill Maher. Yeah, you're going to see a bunch of comedians, people who play in live venues, be very fed up with the mandates and the restrictions. They miss making money. It's not because they care about you. It's because they just making money, dude. Yeah, of course, Bill Maher and every other working comedian who needs a stage to make money is going to hate that this is happening. It's not because they care about you.
Matt, are you picking up this? What did Bill O'Reilly used to say? Maria Batabarano. Vicelli.
I'm forward here, Sam.
It shows him. He was his like
handpicked guy.
Yeah, handpicked guy.
Well, and let's just cover how Dana Perino said.
What? I missed this.
Maher.
Nobody.
All right, here we go.
To just truth and the cause of justice. He really has. But yeah, like you said, welcome to
You know what he
the
looks
team. I
like?
say welcome to the team too. I guess we'll
He
take him.
looks like one of those
Because he does have a
puppets that dance on a string.
This is
Yeah.
though. This whole
Yeah.
overreach,
Marionette.
overregulation, overreaction.
Yeah,
It's a
Marionette.
shame
That's
that
what I was trying to think of. It's
become
because
a
his
red
smile
and
is
blue
actually
issue.
just a line because he
I
has
don't
no
know who
lips.
decided
Yeah.
that this was going to be one that was going to be politicized and weaponized. Science, a virus that has
Agreed.
Virus science virus, Cyrus.
turned into something that is just something to control the people.
Oh yeah, this guy looks.
That's
Oh
exactly
yeah, dude looks creepy as hell. I forget his name because I don't Fox News is nauseating to me lately, but
It's become, and it's a shame. And I think that somebody like Bill Maher, who finally gets it, I think that's indicative of a lot more people coming along board.
I think you're right. I think there's millions of people who watch Maher and like him and are very relieved he finally said what they've all been thinking. So, Governor, you...
Just I miss
it was
making
all over
money.
the news today. You came into New York. You got a big slander trial versus the New York Times for defamation. And right before the trial
Wait,
started,
pause it for a second.
the media said...
his eyes. Oh, that wasn't Ari Anthony. That was the guest on this show.
Slander for defamation.
That was hilarious. This is confusing as hell.
I thought it was her too.
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay, cool. Huh?
slander trial versus the New York Times for
Slander.
defamation. And right before the trial started, the media said you caught COVID-19 and all hell broke loose. Is that true? Is that actually what happened?
Yeah.
It is, and of course I can't talk about the case. Blame that on my attorneys. But Jesse, yes, having COVID evidently as of this morning, it being confirmed. And
she's got it right now.
yeah, that it is what it is. So the trial's postponed for about a week, but yeah.
I mean,
but I'm totally fine.
You look fine. You feel fine. It seems like you feel
I'll
fine.
be right back.
Right on.
Absolutely normal. Yeah.
Okay, but they had to push the trial back because you tested positive.
This host is trying really hard not to crack up at her.
Is that what happened?
He can't even hold
Yeah,
his...
and I don't know if I'm the only one who tested positive, but I did, and yeah.
Wait. Pause.
Yeah. I tested positive, and I don't know if I'm the only one, but you know, I probably gave it to everybody I care about because we're all anti-vax.
Right. Let's have a look at the weather.
Let's check out a Sky Qatar ad. All right. No thanks.
Say that Bitcoin mining is the means to an end to remove these piles of waste coal that are hurting communities. How can you argue with that?
The Bitcoin stuff, man. These cryptocurrencies, this other like strange laundering operations.
They're not removing pollution, they're moving pollution. They're moving pollution
What?
from the land and they're moving it to the air. And we're the ones that are paying the price for it.
How's that guy
Latest
talking about?
available data shows the scrubgrass plant emitted the same amount of CO2 as 80,000 cars in 2019. Emissions that anger critics. Altenberg argues a better solution is relocating the waste coal to landfills. In another part of Pennsylvania, they did just that, at a 3.2 million ton waste coal pile that's been cleaned up with the help of federal money.
Bitcoin in general is wasteful by design. And if you are going to do Bitcoin using the dirtiest source of power we have in the state, should be your last choice for generating that electricity.
I will tell you, we're making the best of a bad situation. And sometimes perfect is the enemy of very good.
In a state where coal mining runs through the veins of the land and its people, a new generation of mining, igniting an age-old environmental debate.
No, Christy. Sarah Palin's anti-vax.
In order to get the perfect.
Which is funny, as you know, of course she got it and probably gave it to everybody that she's come in contact with, not wearing a mask. Sarah Palin does. Just see, that right there is like a story specifically about what Ari Anthony and I were talking about. Like, not this pollution story, the last Sarah Palin thing. Like, you know how selfish she seemed? And she had to, for her own political well-being, kind of obviously, like, I have COVID, it is what it is.
He had to have a name for it, serial killer.
Oh, we got a new serial killer doc coming out on ABC?
You have this clock. This person is going to do this again.
Mm.
It's me against the killer. Who's going to win? We'll see who laughs.
That was good. That was going to probably be good. Yeah. Copyright strikes. More copyright strikes. Thanks, ABC. What do we got? Buenos Aires is 28 degrees. Or Celsius? I don't know. What? This is European news, right? This is some Sky News, so I don't know. The symmetric, I hate it. Yeah.
Scientific evidence, and that is why the FDA changed and revoked its authorization.
FDA limits use of antibody treatments. I've been specifically saying that I think the antibody treatment is probably the most effective, as I've seen in the press anyway, the most effective treatment against COVID-19. Of course, yeah, that sounds about right. They're going to limit it to wealthy people, probably.
Again, we want to focus on getting people treatments that work. And the good news is there are treatments that work. We have another monoclonal antibody made by GlaxoSmithKline that is effective.
I've got some
against
Dogecoin.
Omicron. We have another monoclonal antibody made by AstraZeneca that's helpful for people who are immunocompromised. We have 2 oral medications that work, Paxlovid as well as molnupiravir. And we have remdesivir, a medication which is administered through the vein, which has been shown to...
No, but I want the antibody. I don't want to have to be a wealthy dude to get the antibodies.
Significantly reduce the chances of hospitalization and death in people who are at higher risk.
I want the antibodies
that do work. We should be focusing on getting those to people all across our country, and that's exactly what the administration is doing.
And Dr. Murthy, there is an important bill in Congress to address the mental health of first responders. We know that this is an issue that concerns you as well, the Dr. Lorna Breen Healthcare Provider Protection Act. So how important is this in light of all the difficulties doctors, nurses, and many others are feeling? I mean, I know this is just anecdotal, but I have so many friends who have children either in boarding school or in college who say the mental health issues that they and their friends are going through are pretty extreme. So what are your thoughts on how COVID is affecting the mental health of Americans?
Well, I'm so glad you asked, and I want to talk both about our country more broadly, but about healthcare providers in particular. We know that this pandemic has taken a real toll on us, and we know about the loss of lives. We've seen the terrible numbers in terms of deaths and hospitalizations, but there are invisible wounds that many people have sustained as well. Stress, anxiety, depression, these have all increased for many portions of the population, including young people, which concerns me deeply. When we look at healthcare workers,
oh dang, Chrissy, that sucks.
They were already struggling before.
Hopefully they have lessened symptoms though because of the vaccine.
Increased for nurses, doctors, and others on the front lines in our hospitals and our clinics. The reason this is such a profound challenge for us is it's not only that it makes it harder for people to get care now when they have COVID or other illnesses, but even after our pandemic is over, we're going to need our nurses and doctors to care for people who have heart attacks, pneumonias, infections, cancer, and other conditions. We need our clinicians to be well. And perhaps most importantly, these are the people who have stood by us during this pandemic. They have put their own lives at risk at times.
Nah,
take care of us
I don't like that the man is limiting that antibody treatment, man.
Save our lives, literally.
That's what seems to be actually saving people. It's what healed Trump in 2 days or whatever.
That means investing in
I guarantee the antibody is also what they gave Joe Rogan. I bet you that's what did it to Joe Rogan. Everybody talks about ivermectin, but I bet you it was the antibodies that actually most effective on him. I think that's some old caca. That's some Martin Shkreli nonsense. Limiting the antibody treatment.
Expanded access to mental health.
This is lives we're talking about.
Reducing the burden on many clinicians, which is in part reducing the number of COVID cases. That means everyone taking the precautions they're taking, but also reducing so much of the administrative burden that has taken
Chris,
many
he had
clinicians
antibodies
away from patients and put them in front of computers. Whereas what they really want to do
He
is
had the
get back
antibody
to caring
treatment.
for the people they got into the profession to serve.
Dr. Vivek Murthy, thank you. Yes, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Great to be with you today.
A Supreme Court shakeup.
Oh.
Justice Stephen Breyer announces plans to
Lordy,
retire.
lordy.
We are speaking with one of his former clerks about his legacy.
I don't care about Stephen Breyer's legacy. We about to have a whole new Supreme Court justice, and I'm pumped about it. Let's see. A blueprint to overturn. Oh, what do we have here?
Countries is what you're saying then.
I believe from what I've seen in the witnesses that I've talked to that this is a coup.
That's James Phil Waldron, a retired U.S. Army colonel pushing his baseless claims of election fraud. Waldron specialized in psychological operations during his military career and says he conducted electronic
He's a psyop guy.
warfare and counter-deception. Today, he owns a bar in Texas, but just after
Suspect is all hell. I don't know why. That gives me a weird vibe. I know it's just a big Texas flag. There's nothing inherently... Well, no, I guess everything about it is pretty yeehaw, but...
The 2020 election, he was busy testifying before legislators
Nothing wrong
in
with some being
battleground
hella
states
yeehaw.
about his now long-debunked claims that voting systems were manipulated in the election.
We saw numerous examples of numbers moving, numbers being flipped and switched.
To be clear, then President Donald Trump's own Justice Department found no evidence of widespread fraud that would have changed the election results. But that didn't stop Waldron from contributing to and circulating a PowerPoint document detailing ways to undermine the 2020 presidential election outcome. The PowerPoint baselessly claims China and Venezuela took control of the U.S. election system, creating a national security emergency.
The links that go back to China keep growing.
The document also recommends that electronic voting in all states be declared invalid. It suggests U.S. Marshals secure all ballots and provide a protective perimeter around the locations in all 50 states. In summary, the document says, if you count the paper ballots in each state, Trump wins overwhelmingly.
These systems all have backdoors.
This PowerPoint document wasn't just shared among conspiracy theorists and those working to overturn the election results. It made its way to the White House and the halls of Congress, and so did Phil Waldron. Waldron didn't respond.
He's sending his election fan fiction to a bunch of White House people. Like, hey, do you guys like my PowerPoint? Did you see that thing I sent you? Doesn't that hella confirm your biases on the most digitally secure election this country's ever had?
Respond to our request for comment, but he told the Washington
hella
Post
misguided.
he visited the White House multiple times and spoke with then Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, maybe 8 to 10 times. The Congressional Committee investigating the insurrection at the Capitol released this letter, saying Meadows had turned over the PowerPoint document to the committee. Waldron told the New York Times that he did not directly send the document to Meadows, but that perhaps someone on his team had passed it along to him. Waldron also told the Washington Post that he briefed members of Congress on his unfounded claims of election fraud. The paper says that group included Senators Ron Johnson and Lindsey Graham, in addition to some House members. Now, the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th attack has also subpoenaed Waldron. Committee Chairman Benny Thompson saying in a statement, the document he reportedly provided to administration officials and members of Congress is an alarming blueprint for overturning a nationwide election. The Select Committee needs to hear from him about all these activities.
We read your election fan fiction. We've read your blueprint for insurrection and election fraud, bro. We're coming for you. All right, this next story is from Christy in the Discord.
This is an attack by other countries, a foreign...
That's not it.
The students now. I say I want you to pick just this.
This is an attack by other countries.
That's still not it. What the business? Copy link. Ba-dum-dum.
Dr. Monica Gandhi is professor of medicine of infectious disease at San Francisco General Hospital, joining us tonight to talk about this. Dr. Gandhi, is always good to see you. So, Michelle, this woman who we just heard from receiving these rabies shots, antivirals, is it concerning that she's experiencing flu-like symptoms, pink eye, after coming in contact with these monkeys?
So it's true that macaques, which I think these monkeys, these primates were, can carry herpes.
I love this lady strip.
B infection, which is in the herpes virus family. It's actually really hard, however, to get herpes B infection from macaques. It usually takes an attack or something quite more massive contact than what's described here with lacerations or bites. So hopefully there was no exposure. And the actually the
these photos of this sus baboon. These sus. Oh, is this Planet of the Apes? Are we getting to Planet of the Apes? Shout out John B, dude. I think we might be hitting a Planet of the Apes situation. Now, sounds kind of like Rise of Planet of the Apes, like the prequels. And John and I are fans of the OG Planet of the Apes. You know, Dr. Zayas, all about it. But man, would it suck to get some baboon pink eye. Or sure.
Dude, chimps entered the Stone Age, so all bets are off at this point.
I saw a photo of an orangutan spearfishing the other day. Using tools to catch fish, dude. Huh? We might have to, cohabitate with some pretty smart monkeys. You think Dustin Hoffman should chime in with a warning here? Yo. What's that movie called? Oh. Man. Boy, we had some monkey panic movies, huh? Like Congo and things like that. In the 90s. Boy, but look at this sus baboon. Look at him. Suspect, man. They're doing the slow zoom on him too. Oh, look at this photo of him.
Really is,
This monkey got pink eye, dude. Watch out for him.
Contracted, but usually it's actually.
Oh, they can give people herpes? That sucks.
Actually brain related, and there's paralysis, agitation, blurred vision, and an increase in sensitivity to stimuli. So I'm very hopeful that there was no exposure to herpes B. It is a serious, very serious herpes infection, and it does require a cyclovir or valacyclovir, and then rabies usually takes post-exposure prophylaxis. If there's been exposure to wild animal, usually does take immunoglobulin injections and multiple days after the exposure.
Well, these macaque monkeys, if they do in fact carry these very dangerous diseases, are you surprised that the monkeys hadn't been quarantined at all before arriving here in the U.S.? They were in this truck headed to Missouri. What's standard practice in a situation like this?
So to be fair, again, they are 70% of macaques do carry herpes B, but it really does take a huge amount of exposure to get
they actually
the
put them in
infection.
the
In
truck
fact, healthcare workers or
This is
laboratory workers
crazy.
who work with these animals really need laceration or bites.
Yo, this is like comic book
I'm
stuff.
hopeful, again, that she didn't get it, but yes, I mean, of course.
Oh no, our herpes monkeys escaped. America's a train wreck sometimes. Our herpes monkeys escaped.
Know about that macaques can carry this.
Monkeys didn't quarantine prior to entering US is a really funny bottom scroll. I don't know why that's cracking me up so hard, but reading that sentence, that scroll just takes you. Monkeys didn't quarantine, huh? Prior to entering US. What? Of course they weren't born here. What's happening? That headline goes all over the place.
That can be transmitted to humans, so probably signs or some way to indicate that on the truck.
You know, some may question, I certainly did today, given what we've seen in recent years in the news, how often these animals are being used for biomedical testing, especially after a number of facilities, Harvard being one, have closed the practice of doing this in recent years. How common
They should
is
stop.
it still for these primates to be used in testing?
So, it's true that primate-related research is still actually quite common. It is macaques specifically are used in the setting of HIV research because they have a simian immunodeficiency.
I don't even
virus
know
that
how to start searching for
resembles
that,
HIV.
Christy.
It should be closely regulated. It should be limited because they are primates, but it is really their primate research facilities, and it's not uncommon, funded by the NIH.
And a lot of benefits from doing this type of research, I would assume, certainly in the medical community.
They're the closest to us as humans, so that's why they're needed, yes.
You know, it struck me, she's going through this rabies shot and antivirals. You know, that process, when people come in contact with bats or other wild animals, what is that like for the person who's going through it?
Well, it's true that the rabies what's called post-exposure prophylaxis is not easy. So on the day of exposure, you get both the rabies vaccine and also what's called immunoglobulin. This is actually giving people antibodies that were generated to protect you from rabies if for some reason you did get the virus in your system, and you get that at days 1, the day of exposure, then 3, 7, and 14. So it is long needles, it is shots. and that's required for post-exposure prophylaxis. And on the other hand, it's been life-saving. There's actually, rabies is very, very lethal to humans, and this is extremely life-saving. Luckily, again, even the exposure she describes hopefully didn't even lead to a rabies, but this is the prudent thing to do.
Yeah, unnerving nonetheless. And I do want to mention the USDA investigating. PETA has filed a complaint urging the U.S. to stop importing monkeys for experiments. Hoping the best for this woman. She is experiencing.
I mean, look, experimenting on monkeys just really bit us in the tuchus in this situation, huh?
Flu-like and pink eye symptoms. Dr. Gandhi, this is a bizarre one. We appreciate you coming on and give.
Uh-oh.
Manscaped.
No, it's not. Clearly not, Christy. I hope that was worth it for that micro penis. I used to know a guy a lot like our stalker. Used to work on his truck all day.
A little bit of insight. All right, thanks. Always good to see you.
But it never ran, I assume?
Thanks.
No, he would just spend hours working on his truck. And, you know, I didn't mind. I'd be over there a lot. But why I liked him working on his truck all the time is because I was banging his mom. So, yeah, he reminds me of that guy.
Thanks for watching. Click the red subscribe button below.
You know? Bad troll pieces of shit.
These are decisions no parent wants to make. But hunger can break even a mother's bond with her babies. Alex Crawford, Sky News, Herat.
And in the last hour, Foreign Secretary Liz Truss was asked for her reaction to the reports of Afghans selling organs.
Yeah, it's probably just Garrett with nothing better to do.
Well, they're extremely.
Go buy some Instagram views, dude.
That is why we have upped.
Shouldn't you be trying to push a book that no one's going to read?
And that's why we're working very hard with partners across the international community to secure peace and stability in Afghanistan.
And we're joined now by one of Ms. Truss's predecessors as Foreign Secretary, David Miliband, who's now President, Chief Executive of the International Rescue Committee. And good to talk to you, David. Well, selling kidneys and selling children, 1 million children at risk of starvation, it just seems to get ever more desperate.
It certainly is desperate, Mark, but it's not inevitable. There are 2,000 staff of my own organization, the International Rescue Committee, working across Afghanistan, and we can confirm just how desperate the situation is. The reports of early child marriage, forced child marriage are part of this story, but it's vital that your viewers understand that this is not just an aid problem. There is an aid problem in that there's not enough aid, but if anything, the bigger problem is that the economy has been frozen since the withdrawal of military troops from the US and the UK and elsewhere in August. There's no private sector at the moment. There's no proper banking system, and there's no functioning method of paying salaries to public servants, teachers, nurses, water engineers. And so this is an engineered crisis as a result of international economic policy, not just aid policy. Because of that, it's actually soluble. And we need the British government, the American government, others in positions of power, yes, to increase their aid, But I'm also here to tell you that unless you can get the economy functioning by releasing assets to give liquidity to the banking system, by ensuring that public servants are paid through the World Bank, we're not going to be able to avoid this crisis, which is so bad that more Afghans are now at risk of dying from malnutrition than died in 20 years of war.
But as you say, you know, the truth is the West has allowed this to happen. I was seeing figures today that the UN is forecasting a 20% contraction in GDP in Afghanistan by the end of this year. During Syria's civil war, that took 5 years to happen. I mean, this is an economic collapse of startling proportions that the West is allowing to happen.
Well, I would say that it's an economic strangulation, Mark. And if I tell you that 40% of the economy was made up in development assistance, that's salaries for teachers, nurses, etc., and that has ended, you can see quite what a tourniquet has been applied to the Afghan economy. We as aid providers, those 2,000 IRC staff that I referred to, it's like they're running up an escalator, but the escalator is going down, and economic escalator is going down much
I think so.
than they can
Got some aluminium shit going on. You know what I mean? Weird.
run up. And this is the result of policy. We need the British representatives at the World Bank to be saying, spend the $1.2 billion of the Afghan Reconstruction Trust Fund that you're sitting on, spend it now on paying salaries. We need the British representative at the IMF to be saying, look, we have to address this frozen assets issue because there's no liquidity for this import-dependent economy to buy food, fuel, and medicines. We need, yes, the UN appeal for aid to be met too, and that's a responsibility of the US, UK, etc. We've got to address this. Otherwise, it's not just Afghans who are going to be left in starvation. It's Europe that will...
This is from Don Lemon 5 hours ago.
About race on Joe Rogan's podcast, taking an uninformed turn.
Joe Rogan talking about race.
Psychologist and commentator Jordan Peterson questioned the racial identity of prominent black professor Michael Eric Dyson.
Oh, no.
Dyson on this program before. So take a listen to what happened on that podcast.
Depending on who you ask, either you're a voice of reason and rationality and personal responsibility, or you're a voice of intolerance and bigotry and anger and hateful
sexual oppression.
What did Michael
prejudice.
Eric Dyson call you? A mean angry white man.
And a mean, angry white man. Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah, yeah.
You're not mean at all.
Yeah.
That's what's dumb about that statement. It's you're not mean at all. It's
I am white. Actually, that's a lie too. I'm kind of tan, and he was actually not black.
If you're tan,
he was
what
sort
the
of
am I? Because I'm darker than you.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. But neither of us are white.
Well, I'm Italian.
And
mostly.
he was brown, not black.
Well, isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's really weird.
The black and white thing is so strange because the shades are
Professor Kermit.
There's such a
spectrum
of
hi.
shades
Oh,
of people.
hey there.
Unless you're talking to someone who is like 100% African from the darkest place where they're not wearing any clothes all day and they've developed all that melanin to protect themselves from the sun. You know, even the term black is weird. And when you use it for people that are literally my color, it becomes very strange.
Okay. Michael Eric Dyson, professor of African American and Diaspora Studies at Vanderbilt University, joins me now. He's the author of Entertaining Race.
Joe just can't help it.
Hello, Professor. Thank you for joining us. So
he's just trying to stir the pot at this point.
I think he is.
Debated Jordan
Well, I beat Neil Young. Time to take on something else.
Right? He said you said you were, I don't know, something an angry white man or something like that, or mean. I forget. Let's go beyond these two guys. Talk about what's really happening here. Is it really that perplexing to people that Black America exists in all kinds of shades? That doesn't change the Black experience in America.
Not at all. Thank you for having me, Brother Don. You know, you would hope they were joking, because if they weren't, this exposes the vast lethal ignorance at the heart of so much whiteness, whether intentional or not. We all know that Black is not a phenotypical reality. We're not talking about a genetic predisposition toward darker skin. We're speaking about an existential context. We're talking about a philosophical idea. We're speaking about rooted cultures in deep histories that have vast traditions that have generated complicated identities. And we know that Blackness, in terms of its identity, ranges from vanilla vitality to chocolate charm, and all ranges in between. So it's not about shade. It's not about a kind of inherited characteristic of race.
You're
Race
fine.
is, as we've been arguing in school, and I would advise Dr. Peterson and Brother Rogan to
There you
take a
go.
class. When we talk about race as a social construct,
There you
what
go.
we're saying is it's not about a biological determinism. It's about an inherited set of beliefs that depend upon a society to imbue it with meaning. And therefore, it's not simply about who you are, your skin color, your hair, your shade, and tone. Now, while they unsuccessfully challenged my Blackness, they damn sure proved their whiteness. Indifferent to history, oblivious to truth, and indifferent to reality.
Mm-hmm. So just that it was kind of a weird thing to say, to refer to people as black. That's what he said. It's weird to refer to people as black unless they are from Africa, not wearing any clothes. There's a fundamental misunderstanding, you know, as you've been pointing out, of what it means to be black.
Absolutely. They're hearkening back to Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness.
Mhm.
Brother Rogan is smarter than that.
Yeah, he is.
People who are in Africa who don't wear clothes, who have deeper melanin, was he speaking about thousands of years ago? Is he talking about today? When he
Joe Rogan
refers
keeps
to
putting
what
his
it
foot in
means
his
to be
mouth.
African, when he refers to what it means to be black, are you that obtuse, indifferent to truth, ignorant about traditions? But yes, so many people are. This is the same kind of ignorance that fuels the belief that CRT is being taught in elementary school. This is the same kind of ignorance that would have us believe that 1619 is an anti-democratic, anti-American project. This is the nature of the whiteness we continually confront. This is willful ignorance. This is not, oh my God, I just don't understand it. It's too complicated. No, what's too complicated is to acknowledge your whiteness, your privilege, your perspective, the shades through which you view the world, and the ways in which whiteness provides a kind of lens through which we view it. So yeah, they know better than that.
Listen, I mean, do they know better than that? Because look, we all speak for, that's what I do for a living. So, you know, at times you screw up. And so I like to give people grace when they speak for a living because, you know, especially he has a podcast. I'm
Christy,
not sure
you got him?
It is or how long he goes, but you just sort of speaking off the cuff. But one would think that you would do your research if you're going to talk about topics that are this sensitive and this important. But do they know better, or are they just speaking to the people in their audience and just sort of capitalizing on that, thinking that's what they want to hear? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure, absolutely. And I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. I think on the one hand, you're absolutely right. They're speaking to their audiences. They're ginning up a kind of resistance and a kind of anger at, look at this guy talking this kind of stuff. And blackness is much more complicated. And look, by the way, he's lighter than us or darker than us, and therefore he's not really black. Come on. So yeah, they're playing to the ignorance of their audience, but they're also, exposing a kind of lethal ignorance about the very nature of race itself. And they, in that sense, yeah, they know better. Look, I met Joe Rogan and spoke to him after a concert by Dave Chappelle. You're opening for Dave Chappelle, one of the blackest men in America, not because of his brown skin tone, not because of the shade of his skin, but by virtue of the ideals he promotes, the ideals with which he wrestles, and the ways in which he gets it right, or some would say
and
wrong.
his life experiences.
And life experiences and the way in which he channels those. So Joe Rogan, you're opening up for a guy.
Ooh, Jameson. We got a spicy link from Jameson here.
Years, and yet you're claiming not to know what blackness
Let's see what we got, dude. Let's see what we got, brother. What do we got, Jameson? Accused Michigan school shooter will pursue insanity defense, says the court filing. Reuters, the Michigan teenager charged with first-degree murder in the deadliest U.S. school shooting of 2021 will assert an insanity defense, his lawyers wrote in a court notice filed Thursday. Prosecutors say they intended to rebut the defense by Ethan Crumbly, a 15-year-old sophomore at a high school in Oxford, Michigan, who was charged with first-degree murder in the November 30th shooting spree that killed 4 students. He's pursuing an insanity defense. Huh. Jameson, what do you think? You think he's going to end up getting that? Think he's going to be able to plead insanity? The parents who have pleaded not guilty are being held in the same court, is held in the same county jail as their son in lieu of $500,000 bail on charges of involuntary manslaughter. Wild. Wild. Wild, wild, wild. Huh.
A conversation about race on Joe Rogan's podcast, Taking an Uninformed.
That story's crazy. The Neil Young news.
Spotify has spoken and it has chosen Joe Rogan over Neil Young. The rock legend.
Man, Joe Rogan gets so many more plays than Neil Young. It's really kind of unfortunate. I won't lie, and I've said it on the stream in the past. Like, I almost always side with Neil Young on something. He's never been wrong. I don't know. He's a very interesting cat. He, always enjoyed Neil Young.
Gave the streaming service an ultimatum demanding that his music be removed from the platform if Rogan's podcast remains on it, because he says
right, Jameson.
Rogan's
okay, that's what I thought too.
Is, quote, spreading fake information about vaccines. Well, it didn't take Spotify very long to decide here. Joining us now to discuss this and today's other hot button issues, our cultural commentator and author of 0 O'Clock, CJ Farley, and we're also joined by CNN political commentator Scott Jennings. Scott, to you first. I mean, there was an ultimatum and it was, okay, we'll stick with Joe Rogan.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, the business case for this for Spotify is quite obvious. They pay Joe Rogan $100 million to make the biggest podcast in the world. He's got 11 million listeners every day. I mean, this is one of their biggest, most profitable entities. And so the idea they were going to side with Neil Young over this was crazy. I do think it highlights, though, a startling turn on the political left towards authoritarianism when it comes to free speech. I'm old enough to remember back during the Bush years when Neil Young went on a tour called the Free Speech Tour because he was out protesting the Iraq War. Well, he's come a long way. That's quite an evolution when you try to use your platform to get corporations to silence speech that you don't like. So I think it's a troubling trend on the left to try to throw people that you don't like out of the public square. In this case, Joe Rogan won, but I don't think it's going to stop the trend.
Yeah. And I mean, it's just interesting. It was a flex by Neil Young. I will say that. It was an obvious flex. Like he was trying to flex his.
Oh, definitely.
Like, of course it backfired on him. Like, I don't care how in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame you are. Joe Rogan that's like a $10 million deal with Spotify. He's still the most listened to podcast in the world. So,
arguably one of the most famous people in the world.
Yeah, and I think Neil Young was sitting at like 4.5 or 5 million like followers and listeners, active listeners to his music, but Joe's at 10, well over, like he's at 10 million. Like he's literally double what Neil Young gets.
Day.
Yeah, like a day. So that's crazy.
CJ, is that the right way to look at it?
Yeah, here's the thing about Neil Young. You really can't peg him politically. In the 70s, he was protesting against Nixon. In the 80s, he was sympathetic towards Ronald Reagan. You know, when I talked to him, not too many years ago, he was rebuilding a 1959 Lincoln to reduce emissions because he was concerned about global warming. You know, he believes in things strongly. He's passionate about them. He speaks out about them.
Yeah, Joe Rogan's pretty reckless. Yeah.
If he has an issue with Joe,
I don't think anybody would argue that Joe Rogan has the right to be reckless. It's just you are going to have to face social consequences from your peers dropping rhetoric like he has been. And to think that, the world isn't, also allowed to,
Joe Rogan, he's going to do everything possible to get his views out there. That's what he did here. I mean, he really does not conform to any kind of political type. That's why I think people have loved Neil Young so much over the years.
I mean, CJ, he seems consistent in that he's against things that kill people.
Yeah, I mean, he is consistent there, and I think that it's hard to cast this in a winners or losers type way. I think if people are unfamiliar with Neil Young, if they're
Man.
feel bad that his stuff.
But you know, I bet you anything Neil Young was ready to take his music off of Spotify anyway. Like, he just isn't a fan of the streaming platforms. It took him forever to get on there, and he tried to launch his own like alternative to the iPod, which I thought was really interesting. It's a FLAC lossless portable music player was his plan, and it would be really high quality audio on a portable music player. It seemed really cool, but it never really happened. And he's just had a complicated relationship with streaming platforms. Neil Young.
Stuff's been kicked off Spotify's platform. They should go to Apple. They should go to another platform and check it out. He has so many great songs that are worth listening to. Down by the River, Old Man, Southern Man, Only Love Can Break Your Heart. This is one of the greatest singer-songwriters in the history of American music. Although it may look like, hey, Joe Rogan's bigger right now, this guy is a titan. He's a rock and roll Hall of Famer. I think people are going to continue to love him. I think that other musicians are going to take a look at what Neil Young's doing because he's so well respected and say, should I be on that platform? Should I be doing something? Should I be speaking up? He has that kind of a reputation in the industry.
You know, Scott, Neil Young was willing to put his money where his mouth is in this.
Yeah, he was. And you know what?
Yeah.
If that's what he wants to do, that's fine. I do think it's interesting that he's trying to rally people against Spotify because they choose to be in business with Joe Rogan. Again, I mean, look, COVID broke a lot of people. I mean, Neil Young's obviously one of them. He's given up a huge amount of his own personal revenue by having his music removed from this. I find it interesting that you have a number of people who generally, I think, identify with the political left who have gone from being free speech advocates all the way now to being the speech police. And there have always been cranks, and there have always been people who are wrong, and there have always been all kinds of views in America. It is not normal for us to have an entire political ideology that's moving towards the idea that speech is somehow violence or that speech is unsafe. This is a country that values the concept of speech and will sort it out in the public square. Young doesn't obviously value that unique American thing, the idea that we can all speak and we'll all sort it out. I find that to me to be the most interesting thing about this whole episode.
Right?
Yeah, Scott, can you speak a little bit more about that? Just, you know, we just had a story out of Tennessee, Kentucky, sorry.
Tennessee.
Furman?
Tennessee.
Tennessee. Okay, Tennessee, yes. Where, you know, they're banning this Pulitzer Prize-winning graphic novel about the Holocaust. It doesn't, this idea of protesting
I don't know,
or
Graph. I wonder.
does not seem to be, you know, necessarily one-sided if you're going to lump them together.
I am a passionate advocate for free speech. I mean, look, the three of you sitting here on the show this morning may say something I vehemently disagree with, but I would lay down on a train track for your right and ability and platform to say it. So I'm a passionate advocate for free speech, but I don't think there is any doubt that there is an impulse on the political left right now to try to silence people on.
I just don't think it's a political issue. I think, again, Joe Rogan's having to deal with the consequences of his rhetoric from his peers. People like, you know, other artists on the platform. That's different, you know. You know, it's crazy.
The conservative side of our
can't ride the fence between right and left.
Say, why is this person allowed to speak? Why are they allowed
exactly.
to have a platform? Why are they allowed to espouse views that I find personally hateful? I get it. You don't like it, but that shouldn't stop you from believing that this is a country that's big enough and strong enough internally to embrace all kinds of speech. So, Brianna, I'm not for banning speech of any kind. I am always on the side of free speech, and you know that's where I'm going to come down on this issue.
Scott, if I can just say, even not for banning speech of any kind, what about, well, you know, they ban Mouse in schools. They're banning teaching certain things in schools in certain states. Are you against the banning of teaching certain things?
I am not for teaching children that they are inherently evil or wrong or bad because they were born a certain way, which is what parents in Virginia and other places are protesting. I strongly oppose that because I don't think it's true. I'm for speech, but I'm not for indoctrination of children into ideologies that may not be true and that their parents don't know about or certainly haven't had a say in. So I think that's a different issue altogether. We're talking about commercial speech here and the idea of people using their platforms to try to silence folks that they don't like. I mean, look, Neil Young doesn't like Joe Rogan. I get it. He doesn't have to listen to it. It's his right to put his music wherever he wants. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge this impulse against speech is very, very damaging, in my opinion, to the United States.
Is it a difference?
It's against the right to a platform.
Yeah.
You don't have a right to a platform.
No, and you don't.
It's a conservative talking point that you don't have a right to a platform.
Exactly.
That's not a liberal thing.
It's not
That's
a liberal.
thing.
Exactly. Like, you don't have a, like, just because, you know, no, it's not. This isn't an attempt to fucking actually cancel somebody. This is just him having to deal with the consequences of his peers flexing. Like, this is social stuff. Like, this is how, you know.
The bigger you get, the bigger people are going to flex on you. That's kind of how it happened.
Yeah, like, that's just how that works. Like, you don't, you know, it's the beautiful thing about free speech is you got to deal with consequences, man.
I got to step in here about and talk about Art Spiegelman and Mouse. You know, I've interviewed Art Spiegelman. You know, Mouse is one of the greatest works of literature that's really come out in the last 100 years. It's one of the best graphic novels ever. And I think part of this argument is addressed by simply reading Mouse. If people haven't read Mouse, they should order it right now. They should check it out. They should read it and think to themselves, do they want their kids reading this? I think they absolutely will say yes. It's such a great way to learn about history. It's emotional, it's smart, it's incredibly artistic, it's really passionate. It's a great work of history, and that's why it won the Pulitzer Prize. It's sad that it's banned, and as an author myself, as an author who writes for young people, I understand how difficult it is to reach them. Mouse is one of those works, along with a few others like Persepolis by Marjane Satrapi, that really manages to get kids to care about history and care about it passionately. It's sad if that's pulled from the shelves for certain kids because it's such a great work. And I think people should check it out if they have any questions about what's going on with it.
Yeah, and look, you do write for young people, so you're also very aware of what is going on in schools. Can you just respond to that, what Scott said, CJ? You know, on one hand, this idea, and look, there are many people who share Scott's view, which is that if you're talking about race in a certain way in school, it's indoctrination. Even as arguing that saying you don't want Joe Rogan on the air, that is
Very, very reasonable, Jameson, to be concerned that kids aren't going to be, you know, educated in 10 to 15 years. I mean, we have schools shut down right now. It's really hard to get a decent education for your kid right now with this pandemic going on. I will say that.
So I have to bring up something the dude on the screen said earlier.
Yeah.
He said something about, like, I don't believe in telling my kids that they're inherently evil, when that's exactly what Christianity teaches until you're saved. Like, that's
okay.
Huh. Yeah. No, straight up.
Like, if you believe you are responsible 100% for the sins of your forebears.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Like,
unless you're teaching your kids that, the school isn't teaching your kids that. That's you.
Yeah. That's you. Yeah. That's weird. Yeah. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
I live in Arkansas, where it's like conservative.
Yeah. That it's conservative can be there at places.
Condemning free speech.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think we have to separate out the idea that we're talking about facts, things that are factually wrong.
I came back and he left.
Come out and said certain things that Joe Rogan has said on the air
are
factually incorrect.
How are you doing,
and
Justin?
Talking about ideas, a free marketplace of ideas, where people can debate things.
Doing good on my lunch break.
Things and talk about.
Well, heck yeah!
Ideas.
What's for lunch?
And I think you have to separate out the two competing ideas there.
Okay, but the curly fries are fucking delicious.
And ideas where people can have differing opinions.
I can't eat them anymore. They hurt my mouth.
Oh no.
I don't know if it's the oil or what, but.
Oh, maybe. Something about being 30, man.
Seriously, you cross that line, it's like, boo, 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 boo.
You hit the 30 threshold, and it's just all down. Boom.
Ooh, that was the most pee I had ever beat. Oh my gosh. Dang.
yourself maybe when you say shit like that on the internet?
Well, I was gonna tell him that. I was gonna tell the internet that. That was the most pee I've ever peed. That was insane.
Yeah, no, he's definitely not muted.
That was insane. No, hell no, I wasn't. I wanted you guys to know that. That was the most
feel
pee I've
honored
ever
by
been.
it.
Holy crap. Holy crap.
But questions are now being asked across the House of Commons.
Like you didn't say that online.
No, I knew I left myself unmuted.
And what I would say is, I think there's a story to come out, but it's not for me to judge today.
I like this guy, the Speaker of the House of Parliament, I believe. He's so cool. That's a funny dude. He's a chill dude.
I just scrolled up in the chat conversation. Did we have a troll?
Oh, hard. Yeah, no, Garrett Brown's back trying to stalk me. He's or it's Benji, one of the two, isn't it? Yeah. Or, well, yeah, harass the females in the community. That's true.
Easy Gerard.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'll straight say his name is Garrett Brown. It's that dude. The guy who thought he had potential on the channel. You know, just sad misogynist. That, again, I'm running
Why
off.
are we going after Christy? What the fuck did Christy do?
Oh, nothing. I wouldn't even give them time. They're not even worth the time. Just report
Yeah, no,
them.
I scrolled back a little bit
Yeah.
and then I was like, wait a minute, there's more.
Yeah, just report them and, you know,
Yeah. That's
save
what I'm
anything in your DMs for a cease and desist.
doing. Yeah.
You know, just keep bouncing the trolls. I've already added most of their, again, they have like an autistic level of repeating themselves, so I've just banned every stupid thing that only they say.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they've already tried to say a whole bunch of stuff, you know.
Probably. So my mom came by.
Oh.
My mama came by and she wanted me to tell you hello.
Oh, hello. Hello.
And she just walked up to me while I had headphones in and she scared the shit out of me. She was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Oh God." There's something really interesting about living in the same town as your mom and living in a town where you don't have to lock your doors, because I don't. And because my kids go out and play and stuff, because we have a yard and stuff now, which is really nice for them to be able to go out and play, and I don't have to worry about them getting eaten by bears or some shit.
Yeah.
And so I leave the door open, but she just takes it upon herself to come on in. And so she'll come in and she'll come like grab me while I'm sitting at the desk with my headphones in. And I'm like, "Mother, you gotta stop it."
Lux is so good at sneaking up on me. It's so I am. It's like hard to sneak up on me in my opinion, but Lux will come sneak up on me. I'm also living in Arkansas. I'd be at my desk or something, have headphones on, working on music, and I just feel hands on my shoulders, like, ah!
I've been in that same boat for like the last 3 months. Teddy's gotten me so many times.
And I'm not usually jumpy and I'm not usually easily scared. I can feel you coming up on me. But there's something about my mama, and I don't know if she made a deal with the devil and nobody can feel her energy anymore, but she just walks up and she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh shit."
Oh.
You made me pee.
I peed a little.
And she's like, "Well, I'm like, "You're gonna make me piss myself." And she's like, "Well, you had 2 kids. It's what happens now."
Seemed to be how it went for baby mama. She said there's a couple times she's like, "I'm gonna pee myself. You keep making me laugh." I'm like, yeah.
I'm like, I hate that that's a reality, but like, my sisters in chat that have also had children, I feel your pain.
Yeah. Oh, look, more of them. Again, harassing the women on the channel. Yeah. Still not funny. Again, just keep doing the same thing. Report for bullying. Any of you ladies want to take screenshots for a cease and desist, again, we know who it is. Know where they work, where they live.
It's just unnecessary.
Oh, yeah.
Who has that much time in their day?
A loser that works for OnStar.
The events that led up to the evacuation of the animals from Afghanistan, and I think it's become increasingly clear that the Prime Minister's story is not credible.
If it doesn't have a wrench next to it, Jameson and Christie, it's not them.
Yeah, if there's no wrench next to it, you just permaban.
Permaban report for harassment. Harassing someone else.
Well, last night,
I mean,
you remember we brought you
whoever
a
it
report from
is,
our special
I'm not going to name
correspondent,
names,
Alex Crawford.
but whoever it is, I hope you have a good day. I do.
They're so desperate that they've sold their
I don't think they can because they look like a boil.
their children to buy food and medicine.
I mean, that's the root of the problem here.
About the amount of financial support that the
And no one
UK
likes them,
is
and they look like a
offering to
boil.
the Afghan people. And the United
But
Nations has appealed for $4.4
nah, we're gonna start sending the stuff he sends to the women in the community to his girlfriend. It's gonna be really funny.
It's just so unnecessary.
Yeah.
But I love you guys.
Foreign Office describes
I love you.
Afghanistan as one of the
To combat negativity in the chat, I love you guys. And I hope you guys have been good and had good times since I've been MIA.
Oh, I'm so glad you're back.
Me too. It feels good to be back.
Oh. Okay, we got a press conference about Saki's pick.
So are you moved in now officially?
Yeah, are you actually
I am
settled in?
officially moved. Yeah, I got moved in about a week or so ago. Not the way I thought it was gonna go. Everything fell apart and got put back together really fast.
Mm-hmm.
As is tradition.
Yeah, everything just kind of like crumbled and I freaked out and then it got put back together really fast because that's just how it works for Derek and I. Derek and I have a way of turning gold out of shit. And so
Yeah, you do.
That energy from the chaos and order it.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, exactly. It was like, all right, we just gotta grab it by the nuts and keep going, and that's what we did. And now we're settled and we're happy, and both of us are starting new jobs soon, and it's okay. Everything's okay. And then I say that, but then the other day my littlest little fell and busted his head open on a rock. On a fucking rock. I know no one's gonna believe it. Even the ER doctor was like, he fell on a rock. And I'm like, yes, he fell and he hit his head on a rock because that's what fucking 5-year-olds do.
Yeah.
And so now he's got liquid stitch in his forehead. My cat went missing, but I found her.
Oh, good.
Oh, she found me. I don't know where she was, but she just walked through the living room like she wasn't gone for 24 hours.
Yeah. Oh.
And she just walked in and I was like, what the fuck? And she was like, what? Oh, where are you?
Oh.
For judges that have been confirmed, 42, I believe, is the correct.
Oh, okay, we got Saki, man. That's what the White House is press pushing right now. The main press from the White House is that we're gonna get a new Supreme Court justice by the end of February.
I'm kind of stoked about it.
I'm pumped about it.
Yeah.
I'm pumped about it.
I'm pumped for anybody who is qualified to be in the position, and I'm pretty I'm a little biased. I'm excited because it's a woman.
Yeah.
I'm even more excited because it's a woman of color.
Yeah.
And so, like, representation.
See what? What was the stat?
Black woman in the Supreme Court.
So pumped. Yes.
Exactly, Jameson. Jameson said that that the Supreme Court should look like America does. Absolutely.
Absolutely, it should. That, and we can finally. I want to move to a diverse Supreme Court so we can say things like, we don't have, a room full of old white dudes telling women what they can and can't do with their bodies.
And I honestly, if you have to come into the Supreme Court with oxygen on, I think it's time to go home.
I'm so pumped.
I love you and I hope you feel better, but if you have to come in with oxygen, I think it's time to go home.
Yeah. Hit my chin on a big rock, 5 after rolling down a bigger hill in a wheelbarrow. What? Crap?
Yeah. See, mine was just we have a fire pit in the backyard that we haven't used yet, but the homeowners were super excited to show us it. And he was running around there, and the kids were chasing each other, and he fell and right on the forehead, and I was like, "What the heck, dude?"
Oh, I hope my mother and kids are keeping the little fire pit I built out in Arkansas going. At our house.
Yeah.
Yeah, at our property, I had a little fire pit going. Man, I burned trash and brush and all kinds of yard stuff for probably 5 days before I came out here. Like 5 days straight of burning. It took like 3 days before the fire department finally came out and were like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, I called and they said it was cool. And they're like, "I don't know, man. Yeah, you're fine. You got rocks and sand and you're good."
Yeah, everyone said it was fine.
Yeah.
When you live in the sticks, like where we used to live, we had to burn our trash because we didn't have a trash service. But now we have a trash service, and no one is more upset about that than Derek.
Yeah.
He wants so badly to go burn some trash.
Oh, that's
He really just gets a kick out of like, how fucking big can I get this fire?
get that burn barrel. Get that burn barrel, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, I'd look out back, and he would have the whole hillside caught on fire, and I'm just like, all right.
We'll mess around with a burn barrel in my family, man. It's a fun time.
Yeah.
Whenever you've burned so much stuff that the burn barrel is full, and then it's too heavy to move or tip.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's how you know you've really
Fighting that right now.
crushed all the trash.
It's in the middle of the fucking driveway.
Does anybody want half a ton of ash? Does anybody want all of the ash?
That's when Justin gets a hold of my witchy ass and is like, I've got some ash, and I'm like, I'll be there in 10.
I got ash, like a lot. Say less, I'll be there. Oh man, Jameson would take Breyer over Gorish any day concerning age for the Supreme Court. Word, yeah, I think age is just a big issue for me lately. Like not just feeling the generational gap with what I've attracted on YouTube because of my own behavior, but the age gap within look, man, we had a young president at one point in my lifetime. Now we've had nothing but old dudes. It's getting really old. It's getting really old. I feel like some of these cats are out of touch. One of my favorite stories ever about an old man president is Bush Sr. not knowing the UPC system or that barcodes existed. He didn't shop for himself. They caught him in the press going shopping and feeling like he was in a sci-fi movie.
My favorite thing is whenever they have billionaires on shows where they have to guess the price of things.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're like, how much is a thing of ramen? And they're like, I don't know, $10. And I'm like, bitch, what?
Yeah.
No, $10 is how much money I have left over after paying all my bills to eat for the week. That's what. That's what ramen's for.
Yeah. Yeah, young, well-spoken, inspiring. I just, we have a lot of young folk in the country, and I think it would really resonate with them. I think it would do a lot to lift the disillusionment that we have with our system. When there's a generational gap visually there, it's really tough. It's really tough to deal with. It's really tough to reconcile it.
Something that I learned in high school, and I didn't appreciate it enough then as a factoid, but I do as an adult now, is that fucking credit scores as we know them today weren't even set in precedent until 1989.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm actually the boomer fucking guinea pig.
Yeah. There you go.
It's not working. Help me.
It's not working. I used to get mad at my elderly employers all the time. Again, I used to have a boss who was clogging up a position and was only there so he could get stem cell therapy off of his bonuses and couldn't actually do anything. He couldn't do anything. He was too ill to work it, and he didn't plan for that to happen to him. Of course, nobody knows they're going to get Parkinson's, but I've seen it be an issue where it's like a younger person should be working this job. Somebody who can work that job should be working that job.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way about the presidency. Like the last two presidents we've had, it's like, man, these guys are not applicable in my opinion. They're not cognitive enough. They're not aware enough. They're too old. I think there should be an age cap.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, especially if we're going to keep progressing in medical science.
Mm-hmm.
If that's like a concerted goal we have is to further the human lifespan. I think ain't Dick Cheney still alive with a robot heart?
Probably.
Can you even call that alive? If you got to just decide when you die? Yeah.
Fucking, you gotta be careful what you say about Cheney. He'll shoot you.
That's true. And then I'd have to apologize to him.
Mm-hmm.
Which.
I'm sorry I put you in the position where you have felt the need to shoot me, Dick Cheney.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry I stepped in the way of your gun, Dick Cheney.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to do that.
My apologies.
Yeah, you do kind of need that energy from the top. Says, Alley Cat's saying, just moving forward. That's how I feel like we can move forward as a nation. Quit letting the blue hairs who have already worked their lifetime in government be the president. Like, why can't we have some young blood, man? Let somebody who actually resonates with the nation. That's my
Yeah,
problem.
exactly.
Again, as somebody who wanted to vote Democrat, I didn't feel like I had a candidate.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I get that a lot where people are like, "Well, you voted for Biden." I'm like, "Cause nobody gave me a choice."
Yeah, I would have voted for Gabbard or Yang.
Yeah.
I know special guest would have voted for Yang, which is saying something. Like, you know, that's was surprising to me when special guest told me that he was in the Yang gang. You know what I mean? Which, I never saw that in a million years from special guest, to be honest with you. But I also gotta say, like, now that I've been living through a crisis, I do believe in some emergency soft socialism, or at least in a UBI, a universal base income. While I don't like socialism, screw it. The country needs it right now. I care about people. And Andrew Yang really resonated with people. He's a young cat, you know. Even Gabbard would have been a good pick. I would have voted for Gabbard.
There's a difference between socialism and just having certain social implements within the structure we already have.
Exactly. Like, I believe in, like soft emergency socialism, I guess. Yeah, like just some social protection for the people of America, you know?
It's vanilla socialism.
Yeah. And during an emergency, just to stimulate things and get things going again. I feel like because we had this pandemic happen while we were changing presidencies, like while there was a change in president, it's like you can't. We didn't handle it right. We didn't properly stimulate like I think one administration planned to.
Exactly, Jameson. Jameson said so. Democratic socialism, right? Exactly.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
It's the missionary position of socialisms.
Yeah.
And I'm into it.
Yeah. There's I would also like to see a world where, you know, while I was like kind of against Obamacare when Obama wasn't president, or was the president, excuse me, I gotta say, being able to see friends of mine actually get health insurance and go to the doctor was really nice. It was really cool to see. Like, it was really cool to see people actually be able to take care of themselves.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with me and my like number in the system, but it's incredibly cheap for me to get insurance, and I've basically spent all of my adult life with insurance. So, like, you know, not having that wall with my healthcare is really nice and something I want everybody to have. But it's also because it's so cheap for me for whatever reason, I forget that it costs sometimes hundreds of dollars for other Americans. And so I believe in, like, you know, doing something to incentivize and make it easy, have a big open enrollment for some Obamacare kind of things. Like, just make it to where someone can pay $1 a year and have insurance, man.
We talked about, or at least a little bit about Canadian healthcare earlier, and Christy had brought up a really good point. She's like, it's not free, you know, I pay for it every year. Everybody pays for it at a flat rate, even if you don't use it. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Even if I don't need it at all, I want to make sure that my neighbor doesn't go bankrupt and have to live in a fucking box and get her kids taken away from her simply because she got the flu and couldn't go to work for a week.
Yeah. Jameson says,
I'd rather my taxes go to that than space trash.
Yeah.
Exactly. Or like what Jameson is saying here, free meals for children in poverty is one example that I'd argue is one form of democratic socialism. And feed the hungry children, food stamps. The EBT program.
Feed the hungry, period. Like, children or not, I want to feed my neighbor if she's hungry, you know?
Yeah. No, there's EBT is something that, you know, I grew up impoverished, and it saved our lives more than once, having access to food stamps. For my mother to be able to qualify for government aid kept not just me and her, but my sister's 3 children alive for the first 5 years of their life. And up until I moved out here, there'd still be times I'd hit her up like, hey, I'm can I use that food stamp card? Can I just get like $50 with a shit on the food stamp card?
I'll trade you cash.
Yeah. It's basic human rights covered is and it's not even necessarily right. It's just basic human needs met. Again, I care about the people around me. I really do. And it's changed my outlook over time. I was a staunch capitalist, particularly coming off of a Lindsay job. I was a on-site maintenance manager for 4 years, going on 5. And Yeah, and I was working for a bigoted conservative company. It's genuinely racist as hell there. Like, they're it's a good old boys club, like the top echelon of that company. And it's disgusting. It's disgusting. Let's see. I don't know if it's paywalled, but this is a good read from the New York Times. Well, I haven't read a New York Times article in a minute, so hopefully it'll let me read this one. Let me check this out, Jameson. Again, thank you so much for the link. Arianthe Jameson. I think Christy's dropped a link. You guys are the best. I love it. Cash aid to poor mothers increases brain activity in babies, study find. Oh, so actually cash incentives to poor mothers helps your kid grow. The research could have policy implications as Biden pushes to revive his proposal to expand the child tax credit. That'd be nice. A study that provided poor mothers with cash stipends for the first year of their children's lives appears to have changed the baby's brain activity in ways associated with stronger cognitive development, a finding with potential implications for safety net policy. The differences were modest. Researchers likened them to statistical magnitude to moving the 75th position in a line of 100 from the 81st. What? And it remains to be seen if changes in the brain patterns will translate to higher skills, as other research offers reason to expect. I bet you it does. I bet when these kids grow up, because they are able to live. And look, man, calories. It takes calories to burn. To think, to have those higher brain functions, that burns calories.
It's funny because, like, as a diet industry, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and just in the U.S., I'm sure it's the same way around the world. We know that a BMR is necessary. It's your basic metabolic rate. If you can't take those calories in, your body can't function the way it's supposed to.
Exactly. So of course these kids are seeing, man, I was considered academically gifted as a kid, even though I talked earlier in the stream about failing biology. That was that was on me. I just didn't do anything. But anytime I'd have like an SAT or an AACT, I would make sure to eat a very specific breakfast and have a certain amount of caloric intake for that day. And always
lots of protein, lots of omegas.
Start my day off with some eggs. Always keep like an Ensure on me or something like that, like an old man shake.
I used to do that too.
Yeah, man, our mothers are from the same
I don't know
group.
if you remember that, but I would bring like a big thermos thing full of ice, and I would pour the Ensure over the top of the ice like it was a fucking milkshake, because I wanted to be cool, like the cool girls that had Starbucks every day.
Oh yeah. That was a cool way to fake out some Starbucks. Just throw that Ensure in there. Yeah. Hey, Ensure also always covered by EBT. My mother would always grab a packet of Ensure.
Protein in.
Yeah. Hey,
over ice in a Starbucks.
I got like 2 points from a perfect score on an SAT in middle school, and I still say it was Ensure. It was Ensure that made that happen. Like, they thought I cheated. But yeah, I still say it's because I woke up and made sure I had enough calories to actually critically problem solve. Critical problem solving. It burns stuff, man. Even straight man or anything that takes your mind, it burns calories. Gotta eat.
Caden never gets it, but when he has big tests coming up or something, like he just had a math test the other day, and I was like, "Here, eat breakfast before you take it." And he's like, "I'm just gonna do it." And I'm like, "Nope, eat breakfast before you eat it." And it's because of that.
Yeah.
So,
see, if we could socialize things like kids getting food, if we could make
kids getting breakfast specifically,
yeah,
breakfast and dinner at least. Damn.
I do believe in a capitalist infrastructure for things like in the medical world, in a way that it breeds competition and breeds innovation. But I think we can do that and still take care of everybody. And I think we'll actually see we will excel in things in a greater rate if we could just make sure people are taken care of.
Yeah, absolutely.
Imagine having twice as many scientists as we have now. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
That would be fantastic. And I hear a lot of the argument that I hear when it comes to stuff like this is, oh, well, people are going to take advantage of it. Well, there's been studies done on that. It's very minimal. There's also been a lot of, well, if we're giving out handouts, then people won't work. And there's been studies done on that too. And even if people don't have to work, they will because they're fucking bored.
Yeah. Says you shouldn't be scared to do basic things like go to hospital or think you spent too much money on your kid's food. Exactly, Jameson.
Yeah.
Exactly. Life becomes a lot easier and progress actually gets made by the population, in my opinion, if we could just take care of these things, but also maintain the strive to compete, like the thirst to compete, to be the best. Like that's one thing I do say I do like about a capitalist infrastructure is it does breed competition, which breeds innovation. You got to make something better than the last guy, something that works faster than the last guy. But again, I think that we don't get to that even being important until we have twice as many scientists as we have now. Imagine it's a good way to stimulate the market, in my opinion. Stimulate people, stimulate people's fucking bank accounts, man.
Yeah.
It's been really
prevalence of technology in society now. People need to be more technologically and scientific minded at a baseline than they used to, just to be able to function the stuff that we use every day.
Yeah.
Yep. Alley Cat says if you're not living in fear day to day, you can actually plan the future and make something amazing. It's true.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, as somebody who's always swimming in art projects, I wouldn't be able to if I was consumed by fear of the world. And I do make a lot less when I'm financially strapped. Feel free to super chat to leave a message on the ticker.
I just sent you something in Discord and I laughed about it, but we're past that, but you needed to see it.
Oh, let me see this.
It made me laugh. It might be a little too spicy for the YouTube realm, and so
where'd you post it?
I'm gonna post it in the NSFW.
You said you wouldn't tell anyone. Oh, that's Queen Luxus.
The one where he jumps into an active volcano for that joke.
Oh no, here we go. Lord, forgive me. What am I about to do?
I'm sorry.
Yo, Tucker Carlson, guys.
I'm sorry, it was funny.
Yo.
Now I want you to pay special attention to what is at the very bottom of that picture.
I know, I see it. In a mattress and box spring too.
And it's green.
How do you even get that? That's a Shrek special edition one.
Ew.
It's gotta be.
Ew.
Oh, man. Ugh.
Oh, God. I'm sorry. I know we're past it, but it's flooded my timeline, and I can't get away from it now.
Oh, man.
For anyone who is not in the Discord, you should totally join the Discord and go into the NSFW page if you want to know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. And if anybody has any links or articles they want us to cover on the show, feel free to drop them in there, throw them in the chat.
Yeah.
I'm here for it, man. It was going to be a true crime watch party today. Didn't happen. Violated TOS immediately.
United States with the recent announcements of Intel in Ohio and GM in Michigan.
Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell discusses interest rates and high inflation.
Economic activity expanded at a robust pace last year, reflecting progress.
Yeah, because of the stimulus
and the reopening of the economy. Fiscal and monetary policy support and the healthy financial positions of households and businesses has shown great strength and resilience in the face of the ongoing pandemic. The recent sharp rise in COVID cases associated with the Omicron variant will surely weigh on economic growth this quarter. High-frequency indicators point to reduced spending in COVID-sensitive sectors, such as travel and restaurants.
Well, yeah, we can't go anywhere.
Broadly, may also be affected as many workers are unable to report for work.
Sorry, I thought this was relevant since we were just talking about the financial state of our nation.
Yeah.
Fortunately, health experts are finding that the Omicron variant has not been as virulent as previous strains of the virus, and they expect that cases will drop off rapidly. If the wave passes quickly, the economic effects should as well, and we would see a return to strong growth. That said, the implications for the economy remain uncertain, and we have not lost sight of the fact that for many afflicted individuals and families, and for the
Look, if they have the data that the stimulus helped, do it again.
healthcare workers on the front lines, the virus continues to cause great hardship.
Why is this so hard?
The labor market has
What
made
up, Debbie?
remarkable progress, and by many measures is very strong. Job gains have been solid in recent months, averaging 365,000 per month over the past 3 months. Over the past year, payroll employment has risen by 6.4 million jobs. The unemployment rate has declined sharply, falling 2 percentage points over the past 6 months to reach 3.9% in December. The improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand remains historically strong. With
Pretty good,
constraints on
Deb.
labor supply, employers are having difficulty
Feeling better.
job openings.
I second round of the vaccine today, feeling better than I did this morning. I was sick as hell at like midnight last night. And yeah. What do they put in that vaccine, man? Just punches? It just feels like I got punched a bunch. Just put a whole bunch of ass whooping in that vaccine, man.
And wages are rising at their fastest pace in many years. While labor force participation has edged up, it remains subdued, in part reflecting the aging of the population and retirements. In addition, some who would otherwise be seeking work report that they are out of the labor force because of factors related to the pandemic, including caregiving needs and ongoing concerns about the virus.
Labor for people are quitting like crazy. There's nobody working HR at the state
There are good reasons to expect some
that I'm in.
improvements in participation and employment.
Sorry, that's concerning.
Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Supply and demand imbalances related to the pandemic and the reopening of the economy have continued to contribute to elevated levels of inflation. In particular, bottlenecks and supply constraints are limiting how quickly production can respond to higher demand in the near term. These problems have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, exacerbated by waves of the
What happened to the stream?
by waves of the virus. While the drivers of higher inflation
volume
have
cut.
been predominantly
That was
connected
weird.
to the dislocations caused by the pandemic, price increases have now spread to a broader range of goods and services.
Yeah.
Wages have also risen briskly, and we are attentive to the risks that persistent real wage growth in excess of productivity could put upward pressure on inflation. Like most forecasters, we continue to expect inflation to decline over the course of the year. We understand that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. In addition, we believe that the best thing we can do to support continued labor market gains is to promote a long expansion, and that will require price stability. We're committed to our price stability goal. We will use our tools both to support the economy and a strong labor market and to prevent higher inflation from becoming entrenched. And we'll be watching carefully to see whether the economy is evolving in line with expectations. The Fed's monetary policy actions have been guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. As I noted, the committee left the target range for the federal funds rate unchanged and reaffirmed our plan, announced in December, to end asset purchases in early March. In light of the remarkable progress we've seen in the labor market and inflation that is well above our 2% longer-run goal, the economy no longer needs sustained high levels of monetary policy support. That is why we are phasing out our asset purchases and why we expect it will soon be appropriate to raise the target range for the federal funds rate.
Yeah, I definitely felt sick last night after the second round of vaccine.
Making appropriate monetary policy.
It's not the booster like I've been saying. It's just the second round of the
recognizing
vaccine.
that the economy evolves in unexpected ways. We'll need to be nimble so that we can respond to the full range of plausible outcomes. With this in mind, we will remain attentive to risks, including the risk that high inflation is more persistent than expected.
Oh, hell yeah,
And are
Debbie.
prepared to respond as appropriate
Crush that
to
dungeon,
achieve our
Deb.
goals.
Crush it.
To provide greater clarity about our approach for reducing the size of the Federal Reserve's balance sheet, today the committee issued a set of principles that will provide a foundation for our future
Hi,
decisions.
Debbie.
These high-level principles clarify that the federal funds rate is our primary means of adjusting monetary policy, and that reducing our balance sheet will occur after the process of raising interest rates has begun. Reductions will occur over time in a predictable manner, primarily through adjustments to reinvestments so that securities roll off our balance sheet.
Yeah.
Over time, we intend to hold securities in the amounts needed for our ample reserves operating framework, and in the longer run, we envision holding primarily Treasury securities. Our decisions to reduce our balance sheet will be guided by our maximum employment and price stability goals. In that regard, we will be prepared to adjust any of the details of our approach to balance sheet management in light of
Oh, yeah. We got Arianthi in the house.
The committee has not made decisions regarding the specific timing, pace, or
We
other
chilling in the
details
Discord
of
lounge.
shrinking the balance sheet, and we will discuss these matters in upcoming meetings and provide additional information at the appropriate
Here I
time. To conclude, we understand
Grab
that
some
our
tea. I'll
actions
be right
affect
back.
communities,
Listen to this
families,
Federal
and
Reserve,
businesses.
old honk. You just keep ranting.
Everything we do is in service to the
Yeah,
Commission.
I'm sorry.
We at the Federal Reserve will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals.
Hi,
Thank you. I
Hazel.
look forward to your questions.
Thank you. For the first question, we'll go to Chris Rugaber at the Associated Press.
Thanks, Michelle, and thank you, Chair Powell. So it's expected that the Fed will hike rates perhaps every other meeting, but certainly in the past, the Fed has hiked at every meeting. So I just wanted to ask, are rate hikes at consecutive meetings on the table this year? Is every meeting a live meeting? And on that note, would the Fed consider front-loading some of its rate hikes, even if it doesn't raise every meeting? Thank you.
Thanks. So as I referred to in my opening statement, it is not possible to predict with
What up,
much
Hazel?
confidence
7:48 p.m. in
exactly
England?
what our policy rate is going to prove.
Yo.
Well,
And
then it
so
is
at this
a
time, we
good
haven't made
evening,
any
Hazel.
decisions about the
Good
monetary
evening.
policy. And I stress again that we'll be humble and nimble.
It's getting close to 1 p.m. here. Well, 50.
Currents and actually two-sided risks now.
It's 1:50 here.
So,
We're all living in different
and
time
I'll say
zones.
also that
We're across
gonna
the
be led
world.
by the data. In fact, what I'll say is that we're going to be led by the incoming data and the evolving outlook.
I had a good time the last few news and views streams, hanging out with the European murkies.
Transparently. So more
That's
to your question,
fun.
Yeah.
We know that the economy is in a very different place than it was when we began raising rates in 2015. Specifically, the economy is now much stronger. The labor market is far stronger. Inflation is running well above our 2% target, much higher than it was at that time. And these differences are like
Hell yeah, inflation's going up. Dude, stimulus. Stimulus. They keep saying it. Oh, we need another stimulus check.
Thank you. Let's go to
Whoa.
Victoria Guida at Politico.
It's a lot of reporters loaded into that
Chair
Zoom.
Powell. I wanted to ask, you were talking about the health of the labor market, and I'm curious whether you would characterize where we're at right now as maximum employment, and also along those same lines, obviously rate hikes on the table this year. Do you think that the Fed can raise rates, bring inflation under control without hurting jobs and wages?
Sorry, just getting both parts of your question written down. So,
You know what he was actually writing down there? He was writing down Eminem boots? Question mark. Sexy? Question mark.
I would
As
say,
well as pick up prescriptions at Walgreens.
Yeah. Grab Lunesta.
and this view is widely held on the committee, that both sides of the mandate are calling for us to move steadily away from the very highly accommodative policies we put in place during the challenging economic conditions that the economy faced earlier in the pandemic. And I would say that most FOMC participants agree that labor market conditions are consistent with maximum employment in the sense of the highest level of employment that is consistent with price stability. And that is my personal view.
We have an
and again,
employment crisis right now in this country.
It will soon be appropriate
Big time.
Like people have quit in mass. Like there's been restaurants with signs up that say like we have no staff, like everyone quit.
Yeah.
This is closed.
Well, you know what I found, and this is coming from somebody who's been trying to get a new job for months now. I've applied at probably 80 jobs over the last 60 days, and I've had 2 call me back, and only one of them scheduled a second interview.
Oh.
And so I'm like, what in the hell?
More money with the
the
skeleton shift.
Exactly, yeah. And it's like I'm an educated woman. I'm a damn hard worker, and I'm definitely qualified. So what the hell? And so I asked somebody at a Dollar Tree, of all places, because I was so desperate in the moment that I was like, I'm gonna work at Dollar Tree for $9 an hour. And they told me that there are government subsidies as long as you are hiring. You get extra money from the federal government to help them function.
So they don't care if they burn through people. Some companies.
Exactly.
They're like, we want to stay actively hiring people. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's been
So
hard
as
finding
long as you stay hiring, you can collect that money. But the second you're not hiring anymore, and the second you fill the seats of missing employees, it's no longer going to be more money in your pocket.
Ugh, that sucks so bad.
Yeah, Allie, that's another thing, is finding full-time employment has been really difficult. A lot of people are hiring for part-time, or they'll tell you full-time and then want to offer you 25 hours a week.
Or the opposite for Angel, yeah. Says
Yeah.
Lux just set off over here. She working for Poe, but yeah.
Yeah. Hi,
What's
Michelle.
up, Michelle? How's the baby doing, Michelle?
For inflation to come down, we do realize that the timing and pace of that are highly uncertain. Inflation has
Graf's wife got told, manager at Albertsons, that they have to do more for less, or with less. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, nobody wants to stick around a job that's saying stuff like that.
No, not at all. So it's not surprising that people are walking away. And I mean, and people really like to, when people are waitresses or they work in fast food or whatever, I hear a lot of, well, if you don't like your pay, then get a better job. Well, a lot of people have. And now you have cybersecurity. 148,000 cybersecurity jobs were created just by Walmart in 2020. And so when you're mad that your waitresses aren't serving you food anymore, it's because they went there because you refuse to tip. A, you treat them like shit. B, and C, they get paid better.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Michelle says, my daughter's laugh is so beautiful. She's playing with her daughter in her lap right now. Oh, precious.
Discussion, as you know, at the last meeting, an introductory discussion
Right.
on the balance sheet and teeing up
That made
the
Lux
issues at
coup.
this meeting. We've gone through and
Kroger workers are on strike in Colorado.
and those are meant to guide the actual decisions we'll make about the pace and about
The union
all
is
of the
holding
questions
tough and
that
paying their
you're
workers.
asking.
Huh.
And I expect that this process will
Good.
be something
It's
that
getting
we'll
crazy
spend
out there,
more on
man.
in coming meetings. I can't tell you how many. I can't tell you how
I'm telling you, we're ready. We're ready for a downfall of society here.
additional information.
It's a potential, but I think society will keep going. Maybe our governance might change, but
I'm hoping that something changes before there has to be an all-out brawl over it, but
it is America we're talking about.
yeah,
Brawling is kind of our thing.
it's yeah, but we don't do it the right way. We don't do it over like voting differently. Fuck no, we bar fight it out.
Yeah, yeah. We'll try to. Yeah. The insurrection news. The other night I was watching. They found out that there were actually really coordinated plans for what happens after they take the. After they take the Capitol on January 6th, and
Yeah.
man, that surprised me. I wasn't expecting there to be an actual plan, which actually, I gotta quit calling it a riot. It was an actual insurrection attempt.
It was an insurrection attempt, and if you talk to people who have been there, i.e., a couple of my brothers who I definitely would not have ever turned in to the FBI, they say that if you go deeper within the group that coordinated this insurrection, there are, and now we know that as fact, there are politicians that actually helped.
Yeah, there were politicians that helped. There was
And that is really terrifying.
a lot of collusion in that case. We're finding out. And did you hear Alex Jones pleaded the fifth 100 times?
100 times.
100 times to the Jan 6 committee.
Even if he had nothing to do with it, though, he would still say that it was him.
Yeah.
He would still be like, "They're gonna blame me."
They're gonna, yeah. Oh, our State Department spokesman Ned Price is holding a press briefing.
You're right,
that
Ali.
commitment, and in a number of ways.
Michelle, I get
This
it.
month, we committed an additional $300 million
Gotta keep the baby warm.
in humanitarian assistance for the people of Afghanistan. That brings our total humanitarian assistance to more than $500 million.
You'll want it after a certain point. Let it happen naturally. I say.
Yeah.
I say. But maybe I'm wrong about that.
Support of U.S. funding.
No, you're right. Eventually it'll happen, but not right now.
UNHCR reached over 196,000 Afghans. UNHCR used these funds to provide basic relief items and cash assistance, winterization supplies, food, protection needs, shelter, and more. When it comes to, and that of course is only one of our partners.
Am I the only one watching Nikki Haley lose her shit on Twitter right now?
No, she's what?
They have issued both to facilitate the provision.
Ooh, this is from an hour ago. U.S. and NATO reject Russia's demands.
Diplomatic efforts to resolve tensions between Ukraine and Russia are deteriorating.
The U.S. and NATO have formally rejected Russia's demands that NATO ban Ukraine and other former Soviet states from joining the alliance. The Kremlin says the response offers, quote, little ground for optimism. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken gave no concessions, but is offering Russia a diplomatic path forward. Top Russian officials say they will submit plans to President Vladimir Putin about the country's next steps.
More than 100,000 Russian troops are along the eastern Ukraine border for a potential invasion of the country. They have been conducting military drills that include firing ammunitions, flying warplanes, and routing dozens of warships into the region. More than 8,000 U.S. troops could be deployed to the Ukraine border if things get worse. For more on this, I want to bring in CBS foreign correspondent Holly Williams, who is in Kiev. Holly, some lawmakers are urging President Biden not to wait for Putin to make a move. They believe the administration should hit the Russian leader with sanctions now. Wouldn't that just be giving Putin the excuse he wants?
Yes.
Well, actually, I think the logic is this. If you impose sanctions now, then you lose the whole deterrence aspect of the sanctions. Whereas
You do? Lose the deterrent aspects of it. It's the whole point of sanctions.
If you invade Ukraine, you'll
That's what I was going to say. I'm like, wait, isn't that the point?
Then you lose the entire point of a sanction. That's like.
Don't invade, and if you move your roughly 100,000 troops back from Ukraine's border, then things may be better for you.
So, Holly, the U.S. and some allies are supplying Ukraine with weapons. We understand, though, that Germany has opted out from helping to arm the country. Why is that?
So Germany faces a dilemma. On the one hand, it's a member of NATO. It doesn't like Russian aggression at all. It doesn't like what's happening here in Ukraine. But on the other hand, its economy is really tightly woven together with Russia's. That's the case with quite a few European countries, but Germany is an extreme case. They're big trading partners, but more importantly, Germany is highly dependent on Russia for its energy needs. And in fact,
I didn't know that.
It could become even more dependent on that. There's a new pipeline that's been built.
I didn't know Germany needed Russia like that.
Russia and
I didn't either, and I kind of hate it.
The world's biggest supplier.
Yeah, that sucks for Germany.
Gas. The US has said that if Russia invades, that pipeline simply won't be turned on.
It makes sense. I mean, I get it, but
harshly
it's weird.
criticized for getting itself into this
Sucks.
situation,
It
being
sucks.
so dependent on Russia.
Like, hey, we're Germany. Our economy, we've rebuilt it. 3 different times in some people's lifetime, and we are completely dependent on Russia for our power. That sucks. That sucks. It's like, oh man, you have everything else figured out. You guys got that wall down even, and you still got to deal with the Russian oligarchs. That sucks.
Yeah.
Sucks having to deal with Russian oligarchs, I bet.
Where Russia can potentially weaponize the supply of gas. So
Oh, but Michelle, I say again, just do what you got to do. Do it naturally, Michelle.
However, it has offered other things, including 5,000 helmets for Ukrainian soldiers. The reaction from the mayor of Kyiv to that, Vitaly Klitschko, in the German media was to say, quote, what kind of support will they send next? Pillows. So it's not going down very well here in Ukraine.
Ollie, as you know, Russia plans to send a response to the U.S. soon. How do you think the Kremlin will move forward?
Well, the U.S. sent that written response to Russia's security demands. We don't know what was in the written response, but we know from America's public statements and NATO's public statements that they won't give in to some of Russia's key demands, including rolling back NATO forces from Eastern Europe and a ban on Ukraine joining NATO. So, you know, it's sort of difficult to see where diplomatically the two sides go from here. Their positions are so entrenched. But when you look at the broader canvas, you know, President Vladimir Putin has a bunch of choices. You know, he could invade Ukraine. He could launch a smaller invasion of Ukraine or a cyber attack. Or he could just keep those roughly 100,000 troops sitting on the border, maybe add to them, maybe move more hardware in there, keep on ratcheting up the tensions in a way that would be a kind of classic Cold War game of brinkmanship. And then the question is, who blinks first?
Holly Williams, thank you.
Dang. Well, it's happening. It sounds like they're probably going to like it's probably going to pop off between Ukraine and Russia. I mean, I don't know. Sounds like it. Seems like it. Russia blames U.S. for escalating tensions from 2 days ago.
But we begin with Russia, who has announced new military exercises that include launching some short-range ballistic missiles.
The Kremlin is calling this
I might have missed that.
response to the military
Might have covered it on the News and Views streams, but go back to it.
Today, Russian President Vladimir Putin blamed Washington for escalating tensions in Eastern Europe on Monday. The U.S. announced it's putting 8,500 American troops on high alert. What does that mean? It means that they're ready to deploy at short notice to NATO countries. Meanwhile, NATO deployed fighter jets, troops, and ships to reinforce defenses in Eastern Europe. CBS News' Skylar Henry has more.
With Ukrainian troops manning the front lines, the U.S. is preparing to step in if needed. Around 8,500 American troops have now been put on higher alert, ready to deploy at short notice to NATO countries in Eastern Europe.
This is about sending a strong message that we're committed to NATO.
NATO is reinforcing its eastern flank because Russia has 100,000 troops on the border with Ukraine. Moscow says it has no plans to invade, but many don't believe that. In 2014, Russian-backed separatists seized control.
Whoa, it's crazy seeing a tank tear through a wall like that. Did y'all see that?
Russia won't stop.
Not sure we see every day.
Oh my gosh.
No plans
Go back for just a second. That's crazy just to see. Like, bam, dude.
Russian-backed separatists seized control of the Crimean
Whatever the hell that is.
This Ukrainian soldier says Russia won't stop.
Crazy.
There is no negotiating with them.
Here on Capitol Hill, the Biden administration will update House and Senate leaders today on the situation and is making plans to brief all lawmakers in the coming days.
On Monday, President Biden had an 80-minute video call with European allies.
I had a very, very, very good meeting, total unanimity with all the European leaders.
In addition to putting troops on alert, the U.S. is sending $200 million.
But do you remember it, Biden? Do you remember the meeting?
Military equipment. For its part,
I don't know if I trust his memory.
Russia says it's watching America's actions with, quote, great concern.
Seems sketch.
Yeah, I'm a Democrat and all, but I don't know.
Joining us now is CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. Always good to see you, Weijia. I know that 8,500 troops basically on standby. There's still a diplomatic solution available. What is the president considering at this time?
Well, right now, the focus, the strategy for the White House is deterrence, to really try anything that they can do, whether it is high-level talks, direct engagements with Putin, or threats, frankly, to stop the aggression from escalating. So they do believe that Russia is getting a clear message, because the U.S. and European allies and NATO have put together and agreed on the level of sanctions that could be put in place if Russia were to invade. But there are certainly many members of Congress, Republicans, I should say, who are saying that is the wrong move. They want to see the president act now. They want to see preemptive sanctions in order to send a stronger message to Russia and lift them if, in fact, Russia does not go further. So right now, in addition to those sanctions that they are considering, we know that the possibility of U.S. troops.
Why are people still surprised when Putin pulls some dumb shit?
I have no clue. I mean, he's got to navigate through a whole world of Russian oligarchs and like a strange political sphere. He's in a weird political world to try to big daddy on all the time.
He pulls some dumb shit all the time, and every single time people are like, weird, and I'm like, is it? I don't know, man. I think if Putin started World War III, I still wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I think he doesn't want to. I think he
probably doesn't want to, sure, but at the same time, if he does, I'd be like, yeah.
Well, he definitely wants to annex Ukraine before he's out of office, though. That's for sure. Like, he is hungry for it. He's gonna have it. He said it back in 2014. I had mentioned that on the stream, like, and they brought it up here in this news, here on CBS News. Like, yeah, we straight up, like.
But every single time he does some
that.
stupid stuff, every time, some stupid shit goes down, and Putin's at the other end of it. People are like, and I'm like, but why are you shocked?
Exactly. Like, why are you shocked? Why is this? Yeah.
Why are we surprised? My mom's here, and she's not going to scare me this time.
I see you. You just scream at her. I see you. I see you, lady.
Right.
Sitting back and taking this lightly.
When you talk to White House officials, Ouija, knowing that there have been preemptive sanctions before, it hasn't necessarily stopped Russia from taking action. What's the thinking? Is this just only an issue of a matter of time before we're beyond the sanctions and the diplomatic talks?
Well, you know, White House officials have consistently said that they believe it is the size and the scope of the current package that makes a difference. And they make the point that it's not just sanctions they are looking at. For example, they point to a potential export rule that would stop the critical flow of certain goods and products and components into Russia that the country needs, because Putin has a lot of high ambitions when it comes to technology or airfare, and these products from other countries, the U.S., China, are essential. So if that were to stop, for example, the administration believes that would be.
That's been hard. I've still got two of the 4 hoodies. Like Christy and Eric, I think, got their Merc hoodies from the Super Chat raffle, but there's 2 that are still caught in shipping hell. Still caught in shipping hell. So like we're having some major like supply chain issues.
To Russia as
one. This is only going to make things worse if we fight with the East. That's another reason I think we don't want this kind of big conflict with Russia.
Talk to experts in the past who have pointed to all the malicious.
I don't know if our allies have enough of the resources we need to keep going.
They did that. There were sanctions.
A little different than World War II or I.
Does not seem to be enough to deter.
Say goodbye to rare earth minerals.
The question is, you know, how severe would these have to be in order for him to not move forward with whatever is on his agenda?
Right. And turning now to a different matter, President Biden was caught swearing at a Fox News reporter on a hot mic.
Did you hear this, Arianthi?
Let's listen to what he said.
Did you see this?
No, I missed it.
You guys, this is funny. I covered this with the Europeans.
That's a great asset. More inflation.
He calls a Fox News reporter.
Clearly a big oops moment there, Ouija, but how is the White House responding to this? What has been the fallout?
I
missed it. Oh no!
Hold on, let me go back a little.
Peter Doocy, that Fox News correspondent, was asking a question
Biden was caught swearing at a
This is
Fox
out.
News reporter on a hot mic last night. Let's listen to what he said.
Will you take these questions on inflation back?
Oh, it's so good. So funny.
That's a great asset. More inflation. What a stupid son of a bitch.
A big oops moment there, Rija, but how is the White House responding to this? What has been the fallout?
Took me back to when Trump would go off the cuff and say some stupid stuff, man.
Yeah, but he did it when he knew the mic was on.
Yeah, you had to have known. Oh, Michelle's missed you, Arianthe. I've missed Arianthe too, gang.
I missed you too. Why did this make me laugh so hard? This is not the first time this has happened in the last few days.
Oh. Man, let me tell you right now. Conservatives have been tearing Biden apart because of this, but it's like, you guys do remember the last Republican president, right?
The last president said that he would grab women by the pussy, so...
Well, when he specifically banned certain members of the press, he was constantly cursing the press. Every press conference he had, he'd call people stupid. Or say, that's a stupid question. Like, he's literally fight with the press. Live on air. So, again, like, it cracks me up that there's conservative talking heads that are like, I can't believe Biden did that. It's like, really? Post-Trump, you don't like him for it? You don't like him more for it? I thought maybe that would be something that they would like.
What? Only our guy can do that.
Only a Republican can talk smack, and everybody has to listen to it emotionlessly and just observe it happening. And nobody can react to it. Definitely nobody enact any social consequences.
Who was it who here recently got caught on a hot mic too calling somebody stupid because they didn't understand that was it Fauci?
Fauci caught on, let me type it in. Fauci caught on hot mic? Maybe.
Yeah, he called a senator a moron because the senator kept pressing him about, your
Oh, yeah, right here. Calling a senator a moron. Let's see if we can find it now.
Yeah, well,
What a moron.
yeah, watch the video and then we'll talk about it.
It started off with the sample, with the clip.
Senator Moran.
What a moron.
Dr.
What a
Fauci,
moron.
according to Forbes, you have an annual salary in 2020 was $434,000. You oversee over $5 billion in federal research grants. As the highest paid employee in the entire federal government, yes or no, would you be willing to submit to Congress and the public a financial disclosure that includes your past and current investments? After all, your colleague, Dr. Walensky, and every member of Congress submits a financial disclosure that includes their investments.
I don't understand why you're asking me that question. My financial disclosure is public knowledge and has been so for the last 37 years or so, 35 years that I've been director.
The big tech giants are doing an incredible job of keeping it from being public. We'll continue to look for it. Where would we find it?
All you have to do is ask for it.
Google
You're
it.
so misinformed.
Yeah.
It's extraordinary.
Where would we find that? You just asked Fauci if he's heard about that story with the turtle and the guy in the car wreck. Fauci's like, what are you talking about? Linkser didn't happen, Senator. Linkser didn't happen, Senator.
Why am I misinformed? This is a huge issue. Wouldn't you agree with me that
Prince
that
Andrew is
you
asking for a
have
trial.
You see
I need to
things
find
before
that. We
members
should
of
watch that.
Congress would see him, so that there's an air of appearance that
He wasn't at first, but I think he's since changed. Hold on. He must feel like he can win it. All right, this is from 22 hours ago.
Well, to a developing story this evening that Prince Andrew has requested a trial.
I think so too, Jameson. I mean, he's trying to
case that has been brought against him by Virginia
do whatever he can to not be exiled.
US correspondent Martha Kellner, who's following the case. And what is the significance of this then, Martha?
Trump will always be under audit.
Yeah, Anna, this is a
forever. It's just indefinite.
His
Yeah.
lead lawyer Andrew Bratler.
That's like the German gold we've had since World War II. We're never going to get a count on that.
It's the first time that
We're never going to
they've
get a count on that.
engaged with these complaints, these claims made by Virginia Giuffre in their full detail. Just as a reminder, Virginia Giuffre claims she was trafficked around the world by the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein and the convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell and forced to have sex with rich and powerful men, including Prince Andrew. In this filing, he formally denies those claims that Virginia Giuffre has made. He also, perhaps the most interesting bit of this document, is the bit that says he demands a trial by jury. Just to get the exact wording of that for you, he says, Prince Andrew hereby demands a trial by jury on all causes of action asserted in the complaint. Now, this is sort of standard legal procedure in that Virginia Giuffre had already requested a trial by jury, and Prince Andrew is agreeing to that demand. So it means that if this trial,
but he should have been demanding a trial from the beginning.
It will be heard by a jury. Of course, it's important.
Jameson makes a really good point. If you're going to make an argument that the alleged victim is not credible, which his team will make, you want 12 swings at it, not one, which is why this is a smart move for Andrew. That's actually a very, very good point, Jameson. 100% why he's doing it. I wonder what the Queen thinks about it. I wonder if her advisors have maybe, the advisors around the crown have maybe reached out to him and said, hey, you should really consider taking this to court if you're trying to save a reputation. And I wonder if maybe they've insisted, like, no, you're going to go to court over this. Like, the people are gonna see this through, and it's for the good of the monarchy at that point. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like that's surely part of it too, is the family he's a part of.
95% of these civil cases
I think that'll work against him in court,
where they're heard in court in a trial. So that in itself.
Never forget Charles I, man. Parliament cut his head off. That's why we have Black Rod and stuff. Sometimes the royals and majesty doesn't float well to the common man. You can see that turn quick, man. And again, there's the historical relevance of this being a Duke of York, or former Duke of York now. I don't know, is he still the Duke of York? But anyway, we have a historical villain who was the Duke of York, Richard III. So I just wonder how much history will play cyclically here for, the fiefdom of York.
Would be remarkable. But Virginia Giuffre's lawyer, David Boyes, implied that he would welcome
if they could.
the chance to face.
I'll tell you right now, Charles tried to slim down the visual elements of you had a slimmed down monarchy. It was a royal family that he had Andrew and all of his kids kind of kicked out of the big pavilion shots. For my lifetime, it's just been Charles and like the immediate heir, and that's Charles's move from what I've heard. So I bet you if the siblings could vote him off the island, they would, just for the simple fact that it's known that he's the Queen's favorite kid, which I'm sure has bred jealousy amongst all of them. Charles barely raised by Elizabeth, barely held by her. Andrew, babied, spoiled.
Prince Andrew in court. He's released a statement saying Prince Andrew's answer.
Jameson, I don't think many people are on the fence on this. How do you stock a jury
concerning the claims against him, and purporting to blame the victim of the abuse for somehow bringing it on herself? We look forward to confronting Prince Andrew with his denials and attempts to blame Ms. Giuffre for her own abuse at his deposition and at trial. The next stage of this process, if it continues without any settlement out of court, and there is no indication at the moment that would happen, there would be a deposition, which means Prince Andrew would face Mr. Boyes, Virginia Giuffre's lawyers, and have to answer questions about the claims that she's making against him. If it does go ahead to trial, it could happen as soon as September, although there is some flexibility in that process. It could carry on to next year. But certainly this situation not drawing to a close anytime soon.
Martha, updating us there from Washington. Thank you.
Crazy. Let's see if I can find that clip of Tucker Carlson saying the vaccine makes you feminine. which is ridiculous. Oh, that's from 6 months ago. Tucker Carlson keeps spreading anti-vaccine conspiracy. That's not what I'm looking for. These are white men, no exceptions. White men are the group most likely to live. Yeah, Jameson. We can't find it.
If vaccines work, why are vaccinated people still banned from living normal lives? Honestly, what's the answer to that? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, right, Jameson. It's hilarious. He was also educated in a castle, for anybody who didn't know that.
Physical contact. So maybe
he's the epitome of
and they're simply not
trust fund polo shirt.
Fox host Tucker Carlson is one of many in the right-wing media casting doubt on life-saving COVID vaccines, even as unvaccinated Americans continue to drive up COVID case numbers. Let's talk about this now with former Fox News chief political correspondent Carl Cameron. He is now the co-founder of Front Page Live. And I wonder,
what up, Carl?
I think I know the answer, but I want to know from you, why are hosts like Tucker Carlson doing this?
It's about ratings.
Just money.
And ratings ultimately become revenue. And that's the name of the game. Whoever gets the most clicks on social media makes the most money, gets the most fame, gets the most attention. And that type of
I don't know why Tucker Carlson's got such a wad up his butt about the vaccine anyway, when it's like he's vaccinated, he's boosted. He's wealthy, so he goes from limo to mansion, from mansion to limo to news set. Like, what are you worrying? Why are you even talking about it? Like, this dude's barely living in the real world. It's known.
It's gaslighting.
It's known about Tucker Carlson.
I mean, just last week,
he's from money. He could quit right. I don't even know why he does the news.
And according to the CDC, the NIH, which oversees the CDC, it is absolutely 99.5% of those infections are people who haven't gotten vaccinated. I mean, come on. Anybody who disputes that sort of stuff is putting people's lives at risk and potentially killing them.
No question about it. And we see this red state, blue state divide in vaccinations. So you say it's about a business model. Isn't killing your own supporters a bad business model?
Absolutely. It makes no sense whatsoever. This is literally the metaphor of the lemmings running to their own slaughter. People who are listening to that sort of stuff instead of the science, which goes way, way back, we would not be the world we are today if it weren't for penicillin. These types of things are real, and to suggest that they're not, particularly if you have no education in science and medicine, it is just plain lying to the American people and putting them at risk of death. We now have this situation. I mean, we saw Sanjay over there in Japan. An American athlete at the Olympics is out, and God knows how sick he could get. This is wrong for journalists to be doing this, or people who call them that, whether it's Fox or One America Network or Newsmax. These are all cable channels that are perpetuating lies, and it has to be stopped. In fact, I've been working hard. We've got a coalition going on now called Persuasion US with a number of organizations, institutions, activists across the country. It's an incredibly diverse group. And for Republicans of goodwill who understand that what's happening to the Republican Party and the country as a consequence of what Trump and the far right did is really, really dangerous. And it's time for the left. Democrats need to start fighting the way Republicans do. There's no such thing as a one-year presidential race. It's all 4 years. It's 24/7 on the Republican side, raising money, making up stories, trying to denigrate half of the country who are on the left-hand side of it. And that includes those people of color in many cases. And it has to stop. There are organizations all over the country who are trying to fight this disinformation disease, and we're joining that fight, and we need a lot of help. It's going to take money, and it's
I'm one of them. I'm fighting that misinformation. I hate that. I'm so tired of the anti-vax nonsense.
going to take time, and we need to start doing it now because the Republicans have been doing it all the way since the beginning of the year for the upcoming congressional races next year, and the White House 3 years from now.
And I know that's part of a letter that you and others wrote to the DNC and to Democratic funders. You know, I always wonder as I'm watching these insane claims, they just seem so nuts. And yet you know that there are millions of people watching them and believing them. And I always wonder, you know, is that guy vaccinated? Maybe, very probably. And I would like to know. I would like to know when it comes to the kind of drivel that is coming out about vaccines. Do you think
because he's vaccinated and saying that stuff? Tucker Carlson's the worst. Sexualizing M&Ms.
Should say whether or not they themselves chose to take the vaccine?
As a journalist, I'll tell you, I had a Moderna shot. I got it in March. And I think anybody who comes on television and talks about coronavirus with any kind of authority has to explain where they stand. It is inconceivable to me that people who won't explain what they're doing for their own health when they're trying to inform the United States of America. The hypocrisy of it and the danger of that potential falsehood, saying, yeah, I've got one, and not having one, is exactly the kind of deceit that Trump started even before he was elected.
And to that point, explicitly, I mean, Donald Trump hid the fact that he got vaccinated in January.
He is an outrage factory. What up, Michelle? Welcome back.
You know, the Operation Warp Speed being enormously successful, but it begins with the ex-president of the United States who hid that. Let me ask you this. When you talk to your former colleagues at Fox, you were there for years. Yeah. What do you say to them about this danger of becoming complicit in a disinformation effort that's killing people?
Well, there are still some good, solid, fair-minded journalists at Fox, and I don't ever want to malign them. But it is the opinion hosts who aren't journalists per se. They're talking heads. And their job, their reward is bringing eyeballs on television. And all they really got to do is keep people watching until it's commercial time, and then it's ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching.
What was that?
And it works really well in prime time, but it's not news.
Oh, no.
And there are people within the organization who've been let go.
Oh, goodness.
Parted. And
let's see if we can't find Candace Owens on Minnie Mouse. Wow. I didn't realize conservatives were so into, like, furry culture. No. No, you're good. Eat it. Yeah. Oh no. This is from Jesse Dollamore.
This is the Dollamore Daily.
This is Dollamore Daily. Let's see if he's down.
At all. They are not fundamentally transforming our society at all. I feel an obligation to rebut, because without a counterbalance, people, especially on the right, get swept away in the BS. They start to believe masterworks.
Here we go.
I have been looking to diversify my investments for several years now.
I'm not trying to hear your Masterworks ad, dude. This channel is brought to you by Atlas VPN and BarkBox.
Title of a video and you think, no way. To talk about the temporary outfit to celebrate like the 30th anniversary of Disneyland Paris. They're putting Minnie Mouse in some kind of designer pantsuit.
Yeah, because it's France.
Candace Owens, the one who made excuses for Hitler, that it would have been Hitler would have been fine if he just stayed within his own thing. It's when he carried away Candace that it was Owens? A problem. Whatever she said.
Can't say that.
Anyway, listen to this clip. This absolute asinine nonsense that these idiots dedicate airtime to, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
I have some real news, and I can't believe I'm actually saying this, Candace, but Disney is totally changing Minnie Mouse. Disney is putting Minnie Mouse in a pantsuit. That's right. They're getting rid of the skirt. And
this news is so
Disney
cringe.
Paris or something like that. And I thought, who better to ask about this than Candace Owens? You react. Why are they doing this?
We've seen her in pants. This is so weird.
It goes back actually like when they did this to the
M&Ms. What? I didn't know they were so pro.
They're now saying, realizing that this needed to be.
Where were they when they redesigned Lola Bunny?
And she was looking like a female.
What the hell?
I mean, this is why people.
Yeah, why aren't you mad at?
They're taking all of.
Why aren't you mad at Looney Tunes, conservatives?
Offended by. It's like they have to get rid of them and destroy them because they're bored.
Huh?
They're absolutely bored. They're trying to destroy fabrics of our society.
I have no clue what Disney's. I
Over
mean,
here. Look at Minnie Mouse. Don't
Disney's woke until the liberals are mad. I don't know. Disney's hard to get a feel on.
You can't get anything at the grocery store, and you can't.
Yeah, women wear pants, Candace.
$30 in your pocket. At least we're addressing the real problem.
She's trying to see some mouse leg, dude.
That's right.
She's trying to see some mouse leg.
And they're just
it's
making
your favorite
it all
thing.
uncomfortable for the rest of us. Thank you so much, Candace Owens.
Good Lord.
Trying to destroy fabrics of our.
Yeah, I don't think putting Minnie Mouse in a pantsuit is going to butch up the majority of the female population of the United States. Keep in mind it's happening in France anyway. This is so crazy.
Just the fact that she's already commenting on it and it's happening not even.
Yeah, it's lost their mind. Y'all lost your minds. They've lost their minds. I have never. That is insane. Here's from 22 minutes ago. We got some more Russia-Ukraine breaking news.
The latest on the crisis with Russia over Ukraine. The U.S. delivering a formal
but no, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson.
Takes measures to bolster NATO allies and
why y'all rubbing them out to that kind of stuff? So weird.
Saying there is no
I didn't realize they were a bunch of furries,
the main
dude.
issue of this document, but there are grounds on other issues to keep on talking. More than 100,000 Russian troops massed around
what a
Ukraine's
Jordan Peterson
right
talking
now,
point.
While Russia's defense ministry
so
releasing
weird.
more videos showing warships taking part in what it says are just drills
garbage.
in the Black Sea. Despite Russian denials, America's chief negotiator in talks right now with Russia, warning of the possibility of an imminent Russian attack.
Oh, man.
Ian Panel joining me live from Ukraine, along with our State Department reporter Connor Finnegan. Ian, let's start with you. It seems like we're hearing mixed messages here. Some officials say that invasion could be imminent. Others say if it happens, it could be a week or more away. Where's the disconnect, and what do you know?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say
I've been somewhat of a peacenik about it. Like, everybody stay calm about it, but
to the Ukrainian government and I think to some other governments,
Putin really wants to annex Ukraine. Like, really wants the Ukraine.
Less prescient. The sense you get here in Ukraine is, yes, of course, they're aware that they're under pressure. They know that they're surrounded on at least 2 to 3 fronts by Russian troops, and they know, and they certainly think that the Kremlin has malign intent. But what they're saying is they don't think they're quite in position to be able to launch a full-scale invasion at this point. That's not
Russian-controlled rebel area,
who
that
believes
part of the
that
Ukraine.
absolutely could happen. I think one of the factors here is clearly the Ukrainians have got used.
Okay.
Welcome back here, Anthony.
She tried so hard to sneak up on me too.
Oh man, did you hear about Candace Owens?
Oh, what'd she do now?
She's upset about Minnie Mouse being put in a pantsuit. She got caught like Tucker Carlson did.
With her pants around her ankles?
Yeah, talking about some.
Or her miniskirt?
Yeah.
Because Lord knows that Candace Owens doesn't wear pants.
I didn't know. Where were they when they redesigned Lola Bunny? Where were you?
Right?
You weren't mad then. Mad now?
Alley Cat says, newsflash, women wear pants. Girl, speak for yourself. I don't wear pants unless I have to.
Yeah, but I mean, a pants, it's like some pajamas she's in. It's ridiculous. Like Minnie Mouse has worn every kind of outfit. Played soccer. Looks like I saw her playing soccer the other day. Like, yeah, dude, Minnie Mouse will.
So are we also gonna have a big old fucking riot whenever they come out with like a new line of Barbie clothes and there's pants in there?
Oh man, well Tucker Carlson's gonna be like, well, where's the sexy skirts? Why can't Barbie be sexy? It's like, why are you saying that? Let's talk about why you said that, Tucker and Candace. Let's talk about why you're saying that.
With a therapist.
Yeah, let's discuss why you said that. Like why that's even a point. Yeah.
What are they gonna do when Barbie gets a new pair of boots? You know, they're like stilettos.
Like there's, it's like a geeks and gamers talking point. Like you know, it's like if they were to do a live action DC Power Girl and not make it super cleavaged and like exploit the female body. hella hard with it. You know, conservative nerds would be like, they're ruining Power Girl. It's like, dude, they're taking her out of her skimpy leotard. That's all they're doing. It's because that is uncomfortable and unrealistic. And what are you talking? What is going on?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
So weird. So weird.
Sometimes female superheroes have to wear things that aren't just two band-aids and a piece of tape.
Exactly. Exactly.
We already have been when Russia annexed Crimea.
That's really funny. Candace Owens is an interesting character to me.
She really is.
Candace Owens, she has a history of flip-flopping politically, and it just is wherever she can make her money. That's it.
Just wherever she can make her money. I mean,
even when she was riding the Obama train, I didn't have any respect for her.
Isn't that Gun Girl, or am I thinking of someone else?
Oh, you're thinking of what's her name? I think her name is like Kristen or Kirsten or something like that. I know who you're talking about with the curly hair. She walked on campus with an AR, and people were like, "What the hell?" And then she got mad about it.
Yes. Ugh. Jameson sent this link.
They were the same people.
Let's see it.
Let's see here. This is from MSN. A new study suggests that getting infected by the novel coronavirus before or after COVID-19 vaccination can create so-called super immunity from COVID-19, although experts don't want you trying to deliberately catch the coronavirus. I hope I get a super immunity to it, because I caught the coronavirus after I got the vaccine. That's for sure. In both scenarios, antibodies were 10 times more as strong as antibodies in those who were vaccinated but never caught COVID-19. So yeah, if you get vaccinated and happen to catch it like I did, you run the potential of having a super immunity. That'd be nice. My family's known for our weird immunities and allergies. So I'm allergic to everything. I'm allergic to everything on this planet except things that are labeled poisonous. Like I can't get poison ivy or poison oak, but I'm allergic to wheat.
You just don't belong here.
No.
I say that all the time. Derek and I are the same way. I'm like, we don't belong here.
I don't belong here. This planet's...
Everything here wants us to die.
This planet's garbage. I say that sometimes when I'm allergy sick. Like, this planet's garbage.
Yeah.
I'm so sick of this planet.
Same.
That's fascinating, Jameson. Thank you for sending that in. I
that
hope
is very interesting.
Super immunity. Again, more reason to get vaccinated, man. People are catching COVID like crazy. And oh look, you guys remember Jeff Bezos and William Shatner going to space in the ship that looked like a doodle, looked like a ding dang, looked like a dingus. It looked like a low down hanger, dude. It has a head on it.
Pounding.
Yeah, look at it. It was glorious. It had a shaft and a vein.
Joining Michael, we have what's going to be the first parent-child.
You have billions of dollars. What are you going to do? Are you going to solve world hunger? Are you going to fix the homeless crisis? Nah, bro. I'm building a dick rocket.
Oh, is this a new space mission? Cool.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I don't see Shatner walking in there, so.
He's already done. He went to space.
Eldest daughter of the first American in space.
Yeah, I don't think he could make it again.
Yeah.
60 years ago this year. This is part of the tradition.
According to ABC, this stream started February 11th, 2020. Lord, what kind of servers y'all running through?
And all of these astronauts do get a carry-on.
I know, right?
They were all asked what personal items they'd like to take.
I am taking my retired Giants jersey.
Yeah, thank you for sending that in, Jameson. That was fascinating.
Hall of Fame ring, my Super Bowl ring.
It is very interesting. Somehow I've gone 2 years and haven't gotten it yet. Knock on wood.
Knock on wood. Baby mama got it. You're not gonna get it, Lux. I had it unknowingly in bed next to her, and she never tested positive. She's vaccinated and boosted.
My mom is too, and she never got it either. She laid next to my stepdad.
Yep. So I go off of personal experience with my opinions on being pro-vaccine. I'm just go off of my life, what I've experienced in my life so far, and that's some undeniable proof that it works.
And I'm done. I've worked with the public. I've done food delivery. I've come in contact with thousands of people. Never gotten it.
Yeah.
Again, knock on wood.
Yeah. Now again, I got it, but I hope I get a super immunity. I wasn't boosted, or I didn't have my second shot yet, so I wasn't actually protected against the variants yet.
Yeah.
And caught that Omicron. Importantly, because of Omicron's fast spread, this could be, yeah, Jameson. Dude, look at that beautiful, beautiful chode ship.
Confirmed separation.
See, Bezos is sending his own money into space, which is what we need to be doing here. I don't want to see my tax dollars launched into the vacuumous hell of space anymore. Not only got children that are hungry.
Cue the astronauts to unbuckle their harnesses and start floating around the capsule.
It is possible, Jameson. That's something that I've thought about for myself. Like, maybe we did have it. There was another, couple of weeks where Derek and both the kids were sick, and I never got sick, and I don't know how.
You're just giggling. Everybody's
Yeah, it's vaccine, fucking immune systems. I don't know.
But at the time, I was the only one that was both vaxxed and boosted.
Oh.
So I was running around the house like, motherfuckers.
I'm vaccinated. Ain't gotta worry about it.
So the booster is about to land right behind us here on the landing pad.
All right.
Hear that sonic boom in a moment here.
And this thing drops in upside down, man. It drops in sack first, if you will.
There it is.
Bezos, I wonder where you got the design inspiration for this ship.
As it lands. Look how incredible this is.
That's cool. That's pretty cool. Yo.
Yes, this is the booster. This is not Strahan yet. And crew.
Oh, that ain't Strahan.
Welcome back, new shepherd.
Oh yeah, that's just the shaft. There it is. There's the head.
Parachutes. That's a beautiful sight.
Dropped a little acorn daddy down.
And then on the way back in, you're strapped it in, and it's great because I'm looking at everybody, and we're doing everything that we did in training flawlessly.
Looks like we have three beautiful parachutes there in there.
Absolutely, Michelle. And I'm gonna treat your baby just like I treat all my other nieces and nephews, spoiled and sent home with candy.
Aww. Damn straight. No, it's adorable, Michelle. I love you guys.
Touchdown for the crew capsule. New Shepard also has an innovative retro thrust system, and that will make touchdown even smoother for the astronauts flying today.
Whoa.
And if that baby girl soon, comes home with a kitten, just know that it was Uncle Derek's fault.
Oh my goodness.
Touchdown.
I read you, baby.
I bet it feels really good to be back on Earth when you've gone through that.
It was perfect. Everything went just according to plan.
And I heard your
Like, I think about when a plane touches down. I don't like flying.
I heard it.
When a plane touches down, I'm like, ugh. Like my butthole comes out of my throat. And it's like, all right, you can relax, baby. You back on Earth.
Yes.
I'm not meant to be up too high. I'm,
Michelle, do you follow me on any social media? Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, anywhere in there? Because if not, why not?
Yeah, you better be following us. Hop up in the Discord, lady.
Yeah.
Will you ask Carrie Anthony if she wants to be on to my little girl, please? She answered you. Yeah, no, hell yeah, she does.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
But I'm going to treat your baby just like I treat all my other nieces and nephews. You get anything you want in my house, and you get candy.
Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, all the true crime. We're going to start true crime again. We got a case. I got a case that lit a fire under my butt. And,
I want to talk about that.
yeah, let's talk about that. We'll talk about it I said we roll at the end of the stream, maybe try to go ahead and start a little bit of research on it. And, if anybody watches this in replay, they can kind of see where we're going to go. But I'll do a whole stream series where we investigate a true crime case again. And boy, is it going to suck. It's going to suck. It's going to be sad. I'm already mad about the case. I didn't think I could be more mad at a police department than Moab PD. But man, I've been.
That was infuriating.
They're still infuriating. I hate Moab PD. They're still having to make excuses for why that happened, you know.
Video. Breaking news overnight.
Breaking news overnight.
I walked away and came back at a really weird moment. What happened?
Breaking news. There's nothing. I
came back and you were whining about it, and I was like, "What is he? What happened? Who's he imitating?"
Oh no, Lux and I were just talking about we're gonna do a true crime stream again for a case that's already.
You know what I miss?
What?
I miss doing like Heaven's Gate.
Yeah, we're gonna start doing stuff like that. I think is edited content. I want to do a whole analog horror series.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah,
I would love to get Erica and Allie together and do one on Summer Wells. And there's a few other cases that have popped off that I really want to kind of run through you. And then there's one that I've been thinking about running over to Justin because he's my whimsical Appalachian witchcrafty friend, and so I can run over to him and be like, "Hey, Justin, what do you think of this? I've been on this bottle tree fucking kick forever now."
Yeah. Oh yeah, Michelle. I don't post pictures of my kid.
No, I don't post pictures of my children either. I do on my Facebook because it's locked down and it's all like close friends, people I know.
Yeah.
But if you look at my Instagram, I don't have any pictures of my kids. Same with my Twitter.
Yeah. No. Maybe one day in the Discord I will, but I might share a baby photo of myself or something. But that's different. That's different. I'm thinking about sharing to the pics and such a photo of me side by side with one of my ancestors, the first justice of the peace in Northwest Arkansas.
Yeah,
we look a lot alike. It's like it's gross.
That's cute.
It's gross.
I like it.
I'll share some photos on there, but I've decided I want to do like recaps and any ideas you have written down as some edited content. Like we get in the Discord and shoot it, and I post it later, just to protect the community. It's frustrating as hell sometimes doing a live stream. So the live streams are going to be like watching the news together and stuff like that, or this true crime thing we're going to do. But I want to cover what everybody wants to cover, but give it its, the respect and security that it deserves.
Yeah, absolutely.
And add as much value to that content as possible. Again, I've been digging editing though. It's been really, really fun for me, like kicking back, and that's what I like the most about YouTube so far is editing content. That's been my favorite thing. I want to be behind the scenes so bad. So I'm just gonna keep getting better at editing and stuff too. Like helped me out tremendously doing some stuff like that. But yeah, it'd be nice to do like a comprehensive, like we could put it in the reviews playlist on my page, and anybody else who's involved can post it on their YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly, Jameson. You don't want a nut trolling over such a tragic case. So,
exactly. Yeah. Whoa.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're good. Yeah, we're all pretty tired of the Tourette's-esque lonely boy nonsense that rolls in sometimes. So yeah, we'll probably just edit it and post it. Again, better for the community that way. I care tremendously about, particularly the ladies I have on camera with me all the time. And I'm tired of the harassment. Tired of it.
I'm quite protective of my murky mommies.
Yeah.
And even if you're not a mom, I'm quite protective of you if you are part of of Merc Radio, period. And so that's really bothersome. Yeah. I really hate it.
Yeah. So we'll probably not cover tragedies. And again, it adds value to things. We can all share it to our respective pages if we're all each involved. Use it as a cross promotion platform, stuff like that. It's not even beyond weird. It's totally in the realm of normal for a lonely boy, Jameson.
Yeah.
Yeah. My daughter wasn't happy with her father and I after her doctor's checkup. Oh yeah, baby's gonna get upset about the doctor's checkup. My son is a giggly fool. He's a good doctor though. Used to the doctor. It'll get better over time, Michelle.
He said I'm in again. That got him in trouble the first time.
To get used to those visits.
Recruiting future astronauts there too.
And you were always there for me.
Oh, look at these! They're astronauts now. Michael Strahan's an astronaut now. Michael Strahan went to space. Michael Strahan went to space.
Was it better than expected?
He got hit by cosmic radiation and it fixed the gap in his teeth.
Oh no.
Like Electro and Spider in the Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Now
Like it closed
you
it.
can only land a charter plane.
That
No
oh,
longer a Boeing.
I don't know if I like the jumpsuits.
I say that with all of my love because I think the gap in his teeth is so cute.
Much fun,
Yeah.
and it was such a natural.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I love it.
I mean, I could.
I had one because of braces at one point. Do you remember that I had a gap in my teeth because of braces when we were younger?
That wowed you.
Seeing the Earth. I mean, I know it's obligatory, but it sparkles like a gem. And the only thing I can liken to, I said it to a friend, but if you
Strahan can now control gravity.
it's beautiful but vulnerable, that you know if you walk away, they're not going to make it by themselves. That's the feeling you get looking at the Earth from up there. It's so
He gained the ability to absorb other humans. He is now Michael and Kelly.
And it's just gorgeous. It's just absolutely spectacular. Everyone should experience that.
He's just absorbed her.
It's just him on the show now. But she comes out of him like Negative Man in the Doom Patrol sometimes. She's just like...
She's an android. He's Cell.
Well, of the flight, it was around. She's hanging out on. It was definitely a very foreign experience, like feeling wise. Like throughout, like my entire body, I was like, "Whoa, I don't know what's happening here." And you know, we got to.
I just
fist bump
read
in
Michelle
space
saying, "I'm
and
sorry, the
everything,
baby got shot."
That's a really great highlight. You know, good moment.
Let's take a moment and not let this moment get lost on us. You just saw Laura Shepard Churchley hug Michael Strahan, the daughter of the first American to ever go into space. Just went to space with an NFL Hall of Famer and broadcaster. This is how far we have come.
It is wild.
I can't fucking believe it either, man.
It is wild. I mean, months ago we watched Shatner go up and come back down. So it's just crazy. It's wild. Bezos is on one, dude. He's launched more famous people up into space now than Musk promised to.
I feel like we should have watched Shatner go into space a long time ago.
Yeah. I don't know how he wasn't involved in something that was tax funded, but NASA's pretty uptight about who they send up there.
Yeah.
NASA's pretty uptight about that. Like when I was a kid, it was like you can't even smoke menthols and go up there and come back. But
yeah,
it looks like they're just sending a bunch of people up there. Like it's not as like
no, they're just like fuck it.
Yeah.
You really want to die of COVID before you go to space?
Travel innovation. That she and Strahan can end up on the same ship, same capsule, going to space.
Oh, you should do that, Michelle.
Coming from these two different backgrounds, two different journeys. She is the daughter.
That's really beautiful. I've always wanted to learn Gaelic. I just haven't. I'm far too Irish and Scottish to not learn something like that.
Almost in the exact same pattern. It was just about 15 minutes.
I'm gonna learn Welsh. That crazy snake tongue. It's a crazy language.
They are the six
Welsh looks crazy.
Just the fact that they did this very hard thing together, they'll always have something special between them.
No, I gotta brush up on French and Spanish first.
Have you watched Tiger King yet?
Oh yeah, and the Doc Antle one. We were gonna do a review on the Doc Antle series, but we just didn't think it was worth it, honestly.
I haven't watched that one yet. I started to watch the first episode and then I got distracted because, ADHD.
Yeah. It is juicy. It's just, the continuing, you actually get Doc Antle's background. Because if you watch the original Tiger King, he just says, he like kind of obfuscates. He's like, this is the guy that raised me. And it's just like an old Indian cat. It's like, dude, you didn't get there till you were 18, 19. And he had it turns out he had a 15-year-old and younger girlfriend. He was grooming girls out of that yogi complex.
That's so weird.
Oh, at one point he straight kidnapped a girl. Like Doc Antle's a prime dime POS, dude. Doc Antle.
So I have it set up in a way where if any of the Murphys want to get together and watch season 2 of Tiger King, we can do that together. We'll have to do it as a watch party in Discord. So again, if you're not in the Discord and you want to participate, join.
Yeah, you won't get to see it.
So you can join my Tiger King season 2 adventure.
Yeah, that sounds fun. Yeah, I wouldn't.
And I've watched all of that, but I haven't watched the Doc Antle one yet, and I really want to watch it.
Yeah, the Doc Antle. I think the Doc Antle addendum to the Tiger King series is better than season 2, just because, I mean, look, I love how Tim Stark goes off the rails in season 2. I will say, like, try not to spoiler, but Tim Stark, my favorite part about season 2, because it's mostly about him. Like, by the last episode of season 2, it's like kind of about Tim Stark. Do you remember the guy with the monkey in season 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I swear I've seen that guy at the car lot in Centerton.
I was saying that too. I was just telling Derek, I'm like, some of these people look really fucking familiar.
Man, there were a couple that baby mama swears are at her family reunions. Like, there was one guy in particular, she's like, no, that's my aunt's best friend or some stuff. I was like, oh, dang. Oh, dang. But we are also from that area. Like, we're from like an hour away from Wynnewood.
Well, hell, I'm even closer now than I was before.
Oh, yeah, you're probably hella close to Wynnewood.
Yeah, I'm only a couple hours away from it. Michelle, I do have some advice. And I can tell you from personal experience, whenever Derek and I first got together, his mom was not very kind to me. She used to tell Derek's family that, like, our kids weren't his, and, you know, I'm the worst. They are. And they look just like him, so go ahead, try to deny him. But I just stopped giving a shit. That was seriously it. Like, I stopped, because she was very dramatic about it. I just stopped caring. And I stopped playing into it, and whatever she was going to talk, she was going to talk. There was nothing I could do to stop it, you know? There was nothing I could do to change her mind, and so I just lived my best life. Oh, yeah. And you know, took care of her son, like, you know, he's my husband, took care of the grandbabies, because they're my babies. And one day, all of a sudden, she was nice to me, and I still don't give her too much to run with. But once she discovered that I did not give a damn, she stopped caring so much too, and she stopped trying to be dramatic about it. So my best advice when it comes to mother-in-laws who are hard to please is don't try and please them.
Nah, there is no pleasing them. There's, you know, if they're like my mother in any way, they're just going to be crazy to that person.
You didn't marry her. You married him.
Yeah, you know, that's why the woman I choose to be with isn't, like that, my mother's not going to be a part of that life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's worth a watch. Oh, Archive 81. Yeah, no, that's been on my list. That's a suggestion from Justin. I haven't forgot.
Yeah.
It's been
Justin
on the list.
suggested it to me too, and I started to play it the other day, and Derek's like, I don't want to watch this. It's going to freak me out. And then we turned on to watch 13 Ghosts.
That's what? Derek. That's
I was like, yeah, because this is better. It's a timeless classic. I love 13 Ghosts. What a good movie. I saw for a long time there was a thing going around on Facebook where they were like, I wish they would make a follow-up and talk about the background of all the ghosts. Well, fun fact, if you have the DVD, it's on there. And if you don't have the DVD, go get it, because it's on there.
Yeah, it's in the special features. They have a background for each ghost. No, exactly. Yeah, totally. It is there. Yeah, I've seen that too. People are like, they should do a sequel. I'm like, what? Why? It's already
we don't need a sequel. It's on there. Y'all just didn't watch the special features because you weren't a nerdy ass kid like I was. Yeah, Michelle, I think my best advice, sweetheart, is just to throw it up into the air, and if she's ever going to like you, she'll come to it herself. There's nothing you can say or do to make her like you.
Over time, she'll realize that, you know, she has no sway over her son in reality.
Yeah.
He's an adult. And he
it's
chose
really
to be with you.
Yeah, you have to stop caring because it's really, this is on her. This is she can't control that anymore. And so it's got her freaked out. And it is kind of scary as a mom with, you know, with sons, that the thought of it does freak me out. But I really hope I'm not going to be a monster-in-law. I probably will be, let's be honest. But, you know, I hope I'm not.
I would imagine it's hard when you're a little girl. You know, I've had a bunch of sisters really, you know, break the walls down of caring about who my sisters are with. So I got a feeling there's going to be a certain level of dead inside I already am when my kiddos start dating. But, you know, I know I'm not going to be that, but
she's just afraid that he's not going to get taken care of the same way that she takes care of him. And that's fine. I understand the worry, but as someone who went through something similar, you just kind of, you got to stop giving a shit.
Yeah. You just got to, life moves on and do your best to, you know, put the walls up and let him know like that behavior is not going to fly with me or him. Like it's not going to fly. Like we do not like that. He chose to be with me. And
No, that's something else. Is there has to be a level of respect from him too, where he says, "Mom, this is not okay," and it took a while for Derek to do that, but he did eventually, and that kind of helped. But I understand, Michelle. I used to get my feelings hurt all the time by her, and if we're being honest, because I know she doesn't watch the show, she still hurts my feelings. But you can't let her know that because. That's just fuel to the fire, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, she's so dramatic, you know.
I fought with my mom about my baby mama endlessly. I fought with my mom over my baby mama endlessly, and for stupid stuff too. Like my mom's just nuts. Like, but yeah, you have to. There is side. That's my advice for him: is make sure he draws that line and lets her know, like, I chose her. I chose her. I didn't choose you. I didn't get a choice in you. I didn't get a choice.
You weren't here when I got here.
Yeah, like I didn't. I chose this person, and this is the person I'm siding with, and you're gonna have to deal with that. Like, and grow up about it. My mother's probably that again. That's why I have no desire to really reach back out to my mother right now. Is I know how she is, and I'm good.
Yeah, there has to be a line drawn. Like Devin's gonna have to at some point be like, "Hey, Mom, this is unacceptable," and stick to his guns.
Yeah, he's gotta let her know, like, you can't talk that way about her in front of me for sure. I'm gonna be mad, and know
talk shit when I'm not here, but don't do it.
Yeah, know this is the reaction you're gonna get.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I totally understand that. I am notorious for caring far more about situations and people than they care about me. And I get my feelings hurt by it, and that's not on them, it's on me.
There's
Speaking of moms, that was my phone ringing. My mom just called. Girl's been here twice this morning. What are you calling for? And she called me early this morning too. I love my mama, but dang.
Yeah, my sister used to do stuff like that where it's like, girl, you've already called me 3 times and been over 4 times. What's going on?
Yeah.
What's going on? You need something?
And it's probably just to be like, oh, hey, I'm at Dollar General. Do you need anything? No, Mom.
No, I'm all right. Yeah, she's excited
You
that
asked
you're
me
close.
that at 8 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, she's excited that you guys are close.
She is. She's always like, you should take a walk and just walk over to my house because I'm only like 2 blocks away from her.
Yeah, she's
And
very
I thought
excited.
for a second, like, this is going to be great because she just had back surgery. She really needs my help. 8 brothers and sisters. I'm the only one that shows up, of course. And now it's just like, Mom, go home.
Get out of here, lady.
She's just such a mom. She'll come over and she'll be like, your cat box stinks. And I'm like, no, it doesn't, because it's not in here. And she's like, what am I smelling? And I'm like, you took your shoes off. And she's like, oh.
One of my favorite things about moving to Tucson was I had my family break up like probably 1,000 dates with Lux. Like, just break it, just walk in. Like, hey, like, dude, I'm busy.
Yeah.
I'm busy.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, I leave my door unlocked a lot. And my mom just walks in, walks in, and she's like, hey, what are you doing? And I'm like, what? Where are you? Where? And she's like, where's Eric? And I'm like, he's pooping. She's like, I need his help. And I'm like, don't go in there. He's pooping.
He's pooping, dude. Space. Personal space. Use it.
Right? She straight up walked into my bathroom while I'm in the shower, and she's like, do you have any flowers? And I'm like, Mom.
It's a mom shit. You used to talk to me while I was pooping, Mom says. Like, yeah, but come on. We're adults now.
Mom, I'm naked. Go look for the flower yourself.
Yeah.
And she's like, I changed your shitty butt.
And then the 5G hit you on the way down for like 30 seconds.
Oh.
Literally, I'm like, please, I hope they don't release a picture of this.
It's beyond space travel and space tourism.
Oh, I bet it's embarrassing inside of that cockpit of that spaceship.
Of our science and engineering as a country and as a nation. And I tell you, one word jumped out to me throughout
Exactly,
this.
Graf.
And that word
Yep.
is family. And so one of the things that happens when people go to space, people like Katie, people now like Michael Strahan, is that they realize that we're all one big human family. They realize the fragility of our planet, of our atmosphere.
Oh, they're just now figuring out the fragility of our planet?
How big you are in comparison to, how big the Earth
Pretty
is.
sure I've heard scientists talk about it my entire life.
Yeah.
I'm 30, so I've heard a lot of
Scientists
say
have been
what-
screaming at us about global warming and shit falling apart for years.
Since-
And now here comes Michael Strahan going to space. Like, did you know the planet was fragile? We're like, yeah, Mike, thanks.
It was almost a daily talking point on Channel 1 when we were kids.
Yeah.
Global warming and the fragility of the planet.
Uh-huh. Oh, Michelle, she'll get through it. My mom did the same thing.
Which in a lot of ways was transformational. And
My mom did the same thing, and then by the time the second one was born, she was like, all right, have at it. You know what you're doing.
Yeah.
how much people love me here, and my relationship in their life and their relationship in my life, and the importance of it.
What up, Allie?
That's so beautiful. How are you?
Oh, doing pretty good. How are you doing?
Special journey that I wish that as many people as possible can go on and will go on.
It kind of reminds me of, this is a little bit of a far-fetched connection that my brain just made, but it reminds me of like MGL lately has been like, you guys wouldn't get it unless you've been there. You know, now she's all about that heels on the ground stuff, and just like that anybody else could never understand what's going on at anywhere unless you go, you know, like now that she's been to 2 different locations of.
Oh, she's on some full on, like, you guys don't know investigative reporting like I know investigative reporting. You guys don't get how serious that situation is down there. Yeah.
Andrew's telling us about the earth and stuff, and it's like, no, yeah, people have been saying that for a while. And
she posted
crimes are different when you're there.
Yeah. She posted a whole, like, I'm so stressed stream last night.
Oh, yeah.
Just an update.
She does.
My mom called me a second time. I didn't answer, so she sent me a voice message to let me know that she made it home. Now, mind you, she lives 2 blocks away.
Oh, man.
We're just gonna get daily mom updates about 12 times in every stream, okay?
Hey, let's hear about her. Let's hear how she's doing. Let's hear how she's doing.
She's killing me.
Oh, the voice of Charlie Brown passed away yesterday. That's sad.
Isn't that sad?
It's a bummer. I've still been bummed about Meatloaf. I had the weirdest dream. That Meatloaf died.
My heart still hurts about Louis Armstrong.
Louis Anderson?
Yeah. I'm an asshole.
Sorry, Lux is laughing. I'm pretty sure Lux's brother made the same mistake in a text the other day. Texted, did you guys hear Louis Armstrong pass away?
Megan Amber messes up. I'm an asshole.
Yeah. Lux's mom was like, Anderson.
Yeah.
Umber shot back immediately.
That made me really sad, though.
Louis Anderson passed away. Yeah.
Louis Anderson passed away. Now, one that I'm still, of course, Betty White, but another one that I'm still kind of fucked up about is Bob Saget, because I read it and I went, what the fuck, Bob? Like, I was mad at him.
Yeah, I was, how dare you bail on us, Bob Saget?
We needed you.
We need you.
Was he healthy and like youngish? I mean, what happened?
I'm pretty sure he has some health issues. I know his sister had a pretty rare disease, and he does a lot of charity work for a rare disease, and I think it's something that afflicts his family genetically, and a lot of Americans. I think he had something going on, like a neurological
thing. Oh, that's so sad.
I never heard about it, I guess.
Yeah, Genesis says he just had COVID. Yeah, and he didn't, unless you saw any of the charity events, he kept it pretty separate from his comedy life, Had
he just had COVID, I was looking for stuff like that and I couldn't find anything about it, but I'm pretty sure my Google algorithm is like, nope, you've done enough research on COVID. How about cats?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was one of the comorbidities he had that ended up taking him out, and not COVID, but, he's also a performer.
I'm sure it didn't help.
Yeah,
your body goes through hell,
Yeah, I would gamble that he was vaccinated too, because he was a performer,
Yeah, probably. I got mad and I felt really bad about it, but I opened it, read it, and went, what the fuck, Bob? and everybody looked at me and they were like, damn, Aria, he died. And I'm like, I know!
You can't be mad at a dead guy. It's like, well, watch me.
Watch me be mad at a dead guy. I'm pissed about it.
Yeah.
He can't bounce.
Don't fucking do that. And then I sat and I cried and watched a whole bunch of like America's Funniest Videos.
I watched I got teary-eyed at John Stamos talking about Bob Saget the other day.
No. And I'm like, oh shit, I finally hit an age where like the people I used to really love as a kid are starting to pass away. And I can't.
Thank you, Jameson. Jameson shared some source here. Bob Saget revealed recently he had COVID. It does not feel good, he says. Bob Saget was cracking jokes about COVID-19 variants and disclosing his own diagnosis on a podcast just days before he passed away. It's very popular. It's doing very well. The Full House icon, who died Sunday at age 65, joked of the Omicron variant during a January 5th interview on the podcast, A Corporate Time with Tom and Dan. It is not good. It does not feel good, he continued. I don't know if I had Delta or I might have had a combo. Maybe at one point Delta and Omicron were working together. Yeah. Saget, who did specify when he battled COVID, then compared the virus variants to comedians. At one point, Omicron was opening for Delta, but Omicron got so big that Delta's opening now. That's Bob Saget.
Oh.
He also spoke about the experience of performing stand-up for audiences during the pandemic. If it's half full, I go, oh, that's disappointing. Then all of a sudden 200 people show up because they decide at the last minute, what the hell? When are we going to see Bob? He might die from COVID. Let's go see him. He joked at the time. Whoa, Bob.
No, stop it. Guys, stop talking about dying.
Wait too soon. Like before it even happened too soon.
Right?
Yeah. His cause of death hasn't been revealed yet, but the authorities say there's no indication of foul play or drug use.
No, it's probably... I'm sure his body was just wrecked.
He suffered from something. I know he had something. And yeah, if he's recovering from COVID, man, I'm telling you guys, it does not feel good. It really does not. This is a horrible virus.
I could imagine.
Made me run to that second round of vaccine.
I'm kind of over people also pushing the narrative that like only people that have comorbidities get sick too.
That's such nonsense. Yeah.
I'm like, that's really, really old science. Like early 2020.
Yeah. That's from the beginning of the pandemic, and it's not relevant news anymore. Phoenix police officers helped save man from burning vehicle. This is from close to us.
No.
Wake him up, see if he was responsive.
Hold up.
He was not. I did a sternum rub to the chest, and then he finally woke up.
Did you give him some milk?
I gave him some milk.
So I unbuckled his seatbelt and noticed that he was stuck as I was pulling him out. I couldn't budge him out. Noticed that his feet were stuck underneath the steering wheel. I was able to release both of his feet, and by the time I was able to do so, I was able to pull him out of the vehicle. Once both hands were out of the vehicle, Officer Fernandez grabbed one arm, I grabbed the other, and on three, we pulled him out. As we were able to pull him out of the vehicle, 2 citizens came and assisted, and we were able to drag him away from the vehicle as it was on fire.
And I guess, Officer Fernandez, I guess in that situation, when you first come on the scene and realize there's somebody trapped inside, do you just have to go on instinct and realize we got to just act, we have no time to waste, we just got to get this person out, or what kind of goes through your mind as you come on the scene?
So when I first got there, when I first saw the vehicle, my main concern was there's a fire, is anybody inside? Because it was on the roof of it, I knew it was either going to be extremely difficult to get them out, or they're going to be extremely injured to where we might not be able to get them out ourselves. We're going to have fire help us because they have those kinds of equipment to pry open doors, especially if it's like shut the way that it could.
Bless you.
When I first saw the vehicle, I was like, she needs to get extinguisher. I'm going to go make sure that there's nobody in the car. When I was told that somebody didn't exit that vehicle, I was just like, I need to get them out now because the flames that were on the vehicle kept getting bigger, and we only had one little fire extinguisher to just mitigate it at that point. When I was able to open the door, we had to pry that thing open because of how the metal had dented in since it had rolled over. I had pried open the door. She went in first. I made sure that there was nobody in the back of the seats, in the back part, just in case. I heard civilians like, oh, is there kids in the car? I went and checked to make sure, because if there's more people, we're going to need more medical assistance than just 2 fire trucks. Since she was the only one, she was trying to get him out, I took over communications to our dispatch, and telling them they need to hurry up. We can't control this fire. It's going to get bigger, and we're getting more and more civilians just recording us, and they're getting closer and closer. And I don't know, how long we have until this car could possibly cause an explosion. So once she got him out, a couple civilians helped us get him out, and then they helped her get him even farther while I moved my Tahoe back farther so then traffic wouldn't come too close, because that can cause a chain reaction, as well as school buses were also coming our way. I got the civilians back, and then that's pretty much when fire got there and started giving him medical aid and put out the fire.
What was your biggest concern? Was that, do you feel like if you could get him out, you needed to get him out because of a possible explosion, that you had maybe seconds, minutes, you had to get him out because the fire might get worse, this thing might explode, if we can get him out, we can get him out, or what are you thinking of that?
My thought process was that I need to get him out, and if I get hurt in the process, it doesn't matter. I need to put this person first because they're already hurt, and I have, the strength that I have at the moment to get him out, to help him out. Because I don't know if he has a broken leg, if I were to just get him out, or if he's unconscious, I don't know. That was my main concern, is get the people out, get them to safety, and then figure out the fire later.
Or this could be a big fire? You were thinking we just have to do this fast if we're going to get him out, or what are you thinking?
I was thinking during the time that I just need to get this guy out. My partner and another civilian were already trying to, contain the fire to the best of their abilities. And at that point, I was like, I just need to get him out. I need to do whatever I can. And that's just all I was thinking.
How big a concern was it that there was going to be an explosion or a larger fire?
Pretty huge concern. I've been out on accidents like these before where you just don't know what.
Seem like pretty compassionate, caring police officers. I will say that. It's kind of refreshing to see that.
I dropped you some breaking news out of Telluride, Colorado, in the DC text chat.
Ooh. Oh, goodness.
I want you to read that out loud to us, please.
Large boulder the size of a small boulder what? Is completely blocking eastbound lane Highway 145. What?
Sorry, it made me laugh.
That's hilarious. Large boulder the size of small boulder. What does that mean?
I don't know, but I really love it.
When I noticed that she was doing something, I would take up whatever.
Oh, the size of Boulder, Colorado.
We would pretty much do the same. When we're training, this is how we're being.
I think that was just
when somebody's doing something, you pick up that what needs to be done. And that's what I noticed when she was trying to get
metric
stuff,
boulder size. Who knows what size a regular
they
boulder
needed to know what was
I was
happening.
like, what are we talking about here?
This boulder is 80 stone. Like, what does that mean? I'm American.
We need medical assistance. We needed fire.
I came from the San Miguel Sheriff's Office, and it was on my Twitter, and I laughed so hard.
I took over communications, making sure everybody else was either nobody else and everybody else.
I spent a lot of time in Colorado.
Yeah, and crime.
Even if it was myself. Or I wanted to get that person out, and so did she. And I just
got my
wanted to make
main
sure everybody
article
else in the
aggregate back,
vicinity
and I'm
was
really
all right,
happy about
and I
it.
needed to
So
make
glad
sure
you're
that
back here,
everything else was
Anthony.
okay. And that's what she was doing.
I'm glad I'm back,
doing,
too.
She was making sure that he was getting out because he was our main concern, and then I took it back.
How do you?
This is the first time you guys have rode together? I mean, it's pretty memorable, I guess, huh?
Yeah, definitely. I actually
Catch them all. Gotta catch them all. All the murphys.
I tagged you in it, Ellie.
Doing supplemental for this squad.
Shut up, Phoenix.
In the classroom, we can either pretend.
What the hell is this nonsense?
Pokemon Murkies. Gotta catch them all.
Oh, look, the critical drinker is live. I'm not sure. Fresh and Fit cringe. Our misogynist troll kept trying to bring up the Fresh and Fit podcast as if I would ever be interested in talking to those asshats. But they got owned on their own podcast by some female guests.
Oh, no.
And let me just tell you right now, they all openly said things like, they were saying stuff like, oh, I don't care if you're turned on or not. If I want to do it, then we're going to do it. because I provide. But it's like, that's beta providing. That's the expectation of a beta. Like, that's beta behavior. These alpha males. It's just hilarious. It's hilarious. It's hilariously it's so cringe. It's so cringe. The Manosphere podcasts. They're so bad.
Yay, as the son of Holocaust survivors. I mean, for me as his son, I couldn't be prouder.
You know, as parents, we say that to our kids all the time, but when you...
It is Holocaust Remembrance Day. You know, one time I messed up and left a flag at half-mast at my job for like 3-4 weeks, and every time my boss was like, "Why is the flag at half?" I'd be going, "Holocaust Remembrance Day," and he would just say, "Oh, okay." For 3 weeks straight. I was like, "It's too cold. I'm not going to pull that thing up. I don't care." It's Holocaust Remembrance Day. He's like, "Oh, it is?" I'm like, "Yeah." You didn't know that? No. They don't worry about it.
Of remembrance is the least we can do to remember them.
Yeah, it's I remember finding out about the Holocaust and my own Jewish ancestry, and
yeah,
it's just it's a bummer. It's a hard one, a really hard one.
Not forget, because man, it sure seems like we get close sometimes to forgetting about that. How awful that hate can be.
Not me. I say never again and hide my wallet even. I say never again all the time to Lux, don't I? I'm a never againer hard. Like every day at least. Like if she's like, "Why did you hide that?" I'm like, "'Cause they ain't gonna get my stuff, dude." I'll hide. You call me Stan Frank, I'll hide from it. Never again means never again. And yeah, no, I definitely yeah. Keep that one close to the chest. I'm also of Sephardic Jewish ancestry, so I have the Inquisition too, which was another atrocity committed against our people. Oof. But yeah, no, I'm a never againer hard. Like peace, love, heavy artillery. I don't do that. Like never again means never again, baby.
And I think to people like you and me who have that ancestry and have that like emotional closeness to it, maybe it's easier for us to think it, to connect to it too. I don't know.
What is this? What's this in the chat here? What we got? Oh yeah, word Michelle. Yeah. But no, holidays like Purim. There's Holocaust Remembrance Day is like Purim.
And I don't practice any Judaism, so I don't know any of that stuff. I just don't, I was raised Catholic, so.
Purim is called by Christians. Christians often refer to Purim as Jewish Halloween, but it's a celebration. We remember to forget a dude who tried to commit a Jewish genocide. It's not a religious holiday. It's a story about us overcoming potential genocide. And there's a man named Haman who tried to kill us. But there was a Esther, the Jewish consort to a king, said, "Hey, he's working against you." Played some Game of Thrones stuff. So yeah, we remember to forget Haman. Let's see. With the round, I need this commercial to end on ABC News. I want to know what they on now. Back to the AG. Did we officially watch it spin all the way around? Sentencing continues for parents of kids killed in Tonto Basin flood.
You guys know why it's today?
Holocaust Remembrance? I don't remember. I think Auschwitz is liberation, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. The 77th anniversary this year, I guess.
They say they can't go back to Myanmar yet.
Oh.
If they do, they fear they'll be killed.
Okay,
We take you to the
Myanmar.
heart of the stories that shape our world.
What's going on in Myanmar?
So many of the survivors there's so few left, I got to see Eli Wiesel once. That was amazing. And
I would have loved that.
oh my God, I just cried through the whole thing. Like, not ugly
Yeah.
cried, but like tears streaming the entire time.
Oh, I would have ugly cried.
Beautiful. Yeah, he was so inspiring. It was unreal. It was awesome.
Let's see.
feel lucky to have seen that, you know, and it's just sad to think that
yeah.
fewer and fewer kids get to have that.
Yeah. Do you have your noise suppression on, hon? I can hear your mouse. That's why I ask. I can hear you scrolling.
All right, let me.
She's searching.
She's searching. We hear you scrolling. More ads, man. What every news outlet is on an ad right now. Here's Al Jazeera English. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Actually, since we're at the end of the program, it's that time. We gotta check on our boy, dude. We gotta check on Alex Jones. You know, he's been. Yeah, we gotta check on our boy. You gotta check on Uncle Alex, dude. Oh, it's Owen Schroyer on right now.
Be on the winning team. The local winning team goes to the playoffs, wins the championship game. All of a sudden, you start seeing
their laggy stream, dude. Look how laggy their stream is.
That's where we need to be right now.
Losers.
Yeah, the latency is real.
We're going to win. We're going to raise our flag.
Oh, Michelle, on whatever platform you're following me on, send me a message, darling, and I will send you my email.
They say, hey, I want to be on the winning team. I want to be on the team of truth. I want to be on the team of liberty. I want to be on the team of justice. I want to be on the good guys team. I want to win. I want to be a part of that.
So we're going to take the Capitol. What?
And then their neighbor raises their flag. And then their neighbor's neighbor raises their flag. And then their cousins and their grandpas raise their flag.
Is he just daydreaming about a revolution?
I think he is, yeah.
A 70-mile-long caravan, the Freedom Convoy of truckers and others driving to Ottawa, where there could be millions of Canadians gathering to demand the resignation of Justin Trudeau, who's now gone into hiding. You know why? Because he's a loser. And that's what losers do. So Canada is winning. Canadians are raising their flags.
Share away.
Canadians are singing, "Oh, Canada." Canadians are coming together in 20-degree, 10-degree, 0-degree temperatures.
What?
And raising their flags in victory. And what are the losers doing? Like Justin Trudeau? He's hiding.
Ugh. Ugh.
Justin Trudeau was so desperate to have COVID so he can go into quarantine, he started rapidly testing himself, kept testing negative, said, well, I'm going to go into hiding and quarantine anyway because I don't want to face my big loss.
Well, I mean, he probably doesn't want to face the mountain of truckers outside of the Capitol or whatever. It is it's a crazy amount of truckers.
I don't want to face the Canadian people telling me they've had enough of me. So he's going into hiding like a loser.
People ask me all the time on the street.
No, you're good, Allie.
How have you made so many incredible predictions that have come true? And the answer is very, very simple.
Vitamins. Vitamins is the answer. Delta Shield Blocker Man Omega Plus. That's how I always
study.
That's how I'm
what
always
the
right.
International globalists are saying and doing at the highest levels of major corporations, the United Nations, the Trilateral Commission.
Oh, that's a beautiful poem, Michelle.
The Davos Group. And when you look at what the big global corporate consortium's doing,
vitamins is why I do this.
Then you understand what they're going to be doing next. It's very, very simple. Now, I want to be clear.
Wow.
Just because I give advice to people on a lot of different subjects doesn't mean that I always follow my own advice. In fact, when I'm giving advice, I'm usually actually giving it to myself and just sharing with you my own experiences. So when I lay
Did you just hear that? What he just said? He's like, a lot of the time I'm not even practicing what I preach. I'm saying it. I'm preaching to myself.
from a place of total respect for you.
How about you do that to yourself?
And a total respect for myself as well. But I've talked about this before, and I'll just, again, be very clear.
I love that, Michelle.
I forget to take the supplements all the time. I forget to take X2. I forget to take Brain Force. I forget to take
yes, ma'am.
Fusion.
I don't even take the vitamins that I sell.
I don't even do these. Why would I? I'm the pinnacle of health.
I lose weight. I feel healthy.
It's gonna turn me gay.
It's gonna. Study shows that Mega Man Omega Shield Delta Vitamin Plus Shield is makes you feminine. It takes the boots. It takes the boots off the M&M too.
Gives them leggings.
I can't believe they all took that bait, like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens.
Baited.
Like wow.
Yeah.
What a day. What a day today has been. I can't believe.
I want you to imagine being at Fox News, right?
Oh.
And Tucker brings this in and is like, "Do y'all fucking see this shit?"
It's,
and you're like, "What, Tucker? What happened?" You know, as somebody's giving him his latte.
I'm at Fox News with a blazer on and a cigar like a complete chode.
You think you look like the Godfather, but you really just look like Steve from Blue's Clues with a trench coat.
You're just a different form of fedora kid. There's this guy.
While on the topic of Steve, he came to TikTok, and I'm so fucking happy about it.
Oh, good. He really deserves more platform. I'm glad, people who didn't grow up with Steve don't understand why it was so important to
No, they don't. And what gets me is every single time he posts a video, it pops up on my thing, and I'll open it knowing I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong.
And he's like, "Hey, let me give you the attention you deserve. How are you?" And I'm like, "Bro."
He knows that a lot of people, that was the stable adult figure in their life, and he was that for them. And
yeah,
I think it's kind of cool to see somebody take responsibility and have self-awareness and know their platform and know what the social sphere wants from him and go about it with no animosity or like, because he was tired of playing Steve for a long time. Like he didn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't necessarily.
Yeah, he got to a point to where it was just old, and I get it. He was a 30-some-year-old dude still playing on a kid show, and I understand that. But you know what got me? His very first video returning to TikTok. Well, I think it was the second one. He apologized for leaving us the way that he did, and I was like... And then I cried, and then I was like, "I accept your apology and I love you." And then he just started putting out everything that made me cry, and I think it's because I have deep-seated childhood trauma.
I think it's because I craved an authority figure as a youth, and you were there, Steve.
And I just
you were
needed
there, Steve.
stability.
And you were there, Steve. This is the longest InfoWars vitamin ad he has ever posted. By the way,
He must be getting a hella sponsorship right now.
this is crazy. Which I don't even know why I'm watching this. Uncle Alex is out for the day. It's Owen
Don't do
Schroyer's
it.
autistic behind right now, dude. He's got hang-ups in a way that are clearly, and again, not to shame or be ableist in any sense of the word. Owen Schroyer has no social awareness and nobody around him cares. Like, it's so weird to see. Like, when I say that about Owen Schroyer, what I mean is dude needs help and friends that care. Like,
No. Hold on. You go ahead. I'm going to change the subject on you.
oh no, you're
I don't
good.
want to do that.
Yeah.
That seems mean.
yeah.
I don't do that. I'm listening and I'm like, yeah, you're right.
Oh yeah, no, you're fine. Yeah, no, that's how I feel about Owen Schroyer. That's really the end of my point. I feel like he's like a lot of conservative talking heads right now, not
Yeah.
like they're so anti-cancel culture that they think, again, they've reduced themselves to this like stance of
Yeah.
my audience needs to emotionally observe and my peers need to do the same.
Yeah.
And there needs to be no consequences for me. And it's like, look, man, that time of majestic privilege is just over. Like, it's just over. Like, people can communicate and tweet, and yeah, of course, like there's been shows canceled in Tucson recently over old racist tweets someone made, and someone got canceled, and their management's going to drop them, and I bet you their label drops them. These are consequences. This is consequence culture. It's not cancel culture. That's
People are finally seeing the consequences of their actions, and they don't like
They
it.
don't like it. They don't like that they can't just have like it's not 1995 anymore, and you're not Kevin
And
Smith.
if you really want to get down to it, most of the people that you see getting dropped from labels or dropped from agencies or thrown out of shows and stuff like that are people who not only like do the stupid thing but then double down on the stupid thing.
Yeah, which I would feel a little bit differently if the world at large didn't bring James Gunn back. At one point,
Yeah.
James Gunn got canceled for making fun of misogynists on his Twitter, but in a very crass way.
Yeah.
Like, he said some really weird stuff that could almost be misconstrued as homophobic if you don't understand what jokes are. And the fact that he was brought back and there's been context given to why he posted those and what the joke is and what he was speaking out against and how it's actually, he's still an ally when it comes to being against that misogynist nonsense. that toxic misogyny. You know, he's you know, so I don't, you know, cancel culture. It's like I've yet to see an example of somebody who didn't really deserve it, honestly.
Yeah, I truly despise cancel culture. I want people to be out and about the same way that they were. But
actually, while I'm on InfoWars, I will say Alex Jones got canceled. But again, like I think it's nonsense that they keep bringing up Sandy Hook on Alex Jones. But there's a whole lot of TOS he had violated unintentionally on YouTube that makes him hard for their platform anyway. Like, dude is on terrestrial radio, so his YouTube broadcasts he would have to mute the radio, like the songs he's playing, and you could tell like you're not really meant for this sphere. You already have something built, and he just went back to what he had built. Like he could be an example of somebody who caught the wrath of cancel culture and doesn't necessarily deserve it. But you know, again, like I have no interest to, you know, debate social cues and what it's like to have to deal with peers. Like, boo-hoo, you have to deal with the opinions of others. Welcome to free speech. Like, welcome to free speech. Yeah.
Everybody is up in arms for free speech until it's against them, and then
How about this? If your actions were to be translated to a tweet and it would make people stop watching you, maybe don't do that.
Maybe don't do it.
Maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that. It's not hard to do. It's not hard to do.
And rephrase things
to
get you to love it. We're not that stupid.
I wonder if he's going to take the bait.
So yeah, again, Biden had to eventually take off his face mask. He was becoming short on breath. But at the end of it, the media tried to get some questions in, and notice how the White
Klaus
House
Schwab
starts
confesses to
cutting
criminal
the
world
audio
domination
feed
plan.
when reporters start asking Biden questions in clip 5.
Futurenews.news. What is this stream? Do you guys see that on the screen share? The top right, it says futurenews.news. Does he have a new?
Yeah, I see that.
Does he have a new
Maybe
URL?
he's trying to push people over to another platform.
Oh, God.
Interesting.
So we're gonna.
He does kind of have to build his own stuff.
I'll be happy to talk about this later. I'm going to get into this.
Hey, that's a dementia-ridden man. You know, stop screaming at him. He can't handle the noise. He's confused.
I agree with that. He does seem a little flustered.
Just another instance where the White House.
I'm ADHD. I can't handle the noise either.
I get flustered pretty easy.
I do too. Really, really bad.
That graphic Joe mentioned.
He'll even say, "Oh, I'm not supposed to say this.
Lordy
guys,
Owen.
What should I do now?"
Lordy Owen.
So I mean, he's pretty much told everybody he's not even in control of whatever he's allowed to say or do.
That's not what he said, but okay.
Now,
I hate when they do that, when they're like, well, he pretty much said, and I'm like, no, he didn't.
After he starts babbling about his father, the used car salesman. So it wasn't just the one time; it was multiple times that they cut the feed. Going off script and making no sense and showing the world that he's suffering from mental illness or dementia or whatever else is going on.
You're reporting on InfoWars and you're worried about him with a mental illness?
Yeah.
A propaganda campaign right now via social media.
Well, and you're Owen Schroyer.
Reporting on InfoWars.
He's the same dude that caught that. He had a warrant live on air. He found out he had a warrant live.
Yeah, and he made it a really big deal. He was like, I have a warrant. I have a warrant. We have to go. I have a warrant. And I was like, just now? That's it?
Lord.
Media, where they love to run their propaganda campaigns because they've erased all the dissidents, so it's easy to dominate the narrative. And so the presidential Twitter account puts this statement out. Early this morning, Graf? In 2021, we had the fastest economic growth since 1984. The Biden economic plan is...
Who, Owen Schroyer was fired? No, he was never fired. Nah, he's Alex Jones's protege. Alex Jones ain't gonna fire him. He was riding front lines at the insurrection. Owen was.
Yeah, I think
Alex didn't even go.
How it's just a total farce. Here's the actual graph right here. You guys can put it on screen or give me a doc cam. This is...
Ugh. InfoWars. Gross. Well. All right. Before we bounce on out of here.
Did you know?
Let's find some news kind of recapping the Lauren Smith Fields case.
Hey, have you ever heard of the serial killer, the Doodler?
No.
Legit calls himself the Doodler.
Oh.
But San Francisco police think that they are super close to solving that case.
Oh man. All right, so here's the true crime we're going to be getting into this upcoming week.
There are new questions about the police investigation into the dating app death of a young woman, Lauren Smith Fields, in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Investigative reporter Sarah Wallace delves into that mystery.
They wanted us to forget about our daughter, their sister, our loved one. They thought they was gonna just throw her away like she was
garbage. Amid this family's anguish are emotions of outrage and disgust at how the Bridgeport Police Department has investigated the mysterious death of 23-year-old Lauren Smith Fields. It was careless. It was no concern. There was no care for the family about how we felt, our grief, our pain, none of that. The I-Team obtained this police report of the response to a 911 call from Lauren's apartment on the morning of December 12th from a white male identified as Matthew LaFountain. The investigator notes he was trembling and visibly shaken. LaFountain said they met on the dating site Bumble, began drinking shots of tequila, and Lauren became ill. That later they played some games, ate some food, and started to watch a movie. He says he carried her to her bedroom and laid her in her bed. He then laid down next to her and fell asleep. He woke up again at approximately 0630 hours, and she was laying on her right side. Blood was coming out of her right nostril onto the bed, and she was not breathing.
I'm calling bullshit.
Goes by. No police reach out to the family at all.
Yeah. Her close-knit family says they went to the apartment the next day after frantically calling and texting Lauren and were referred to a Detective Cronin. They didn't even contact us. They didn't let us know anything. It's crazy. And I'm asking what's going on. He said she met some guy on Bumble. And I'm asking him about the guy. He was like, oh, he sounds like a really nice guy. He sounds like a really good guy. And he was like, I'll call you back, and just hung up in my face. They say the detective promised to come by the apartment.
Never showed up.
The family says the relationship with police devolved from there. No contact from December 13th until December 29th. They returned to the apartment to clear out Lauren's belongings and claim a new detective came by to say he'd taken over the case from Detective Cronin. What? He messed up. He F Cronin. He messed up. He didn't know what he was doing. He messed up the case. The family says they provided evidence they'd collected to crime scene investigators who arrived for the first time that day, included a bloody sheet and a pill. And 2 cups of drinks or whatever next to a bottle. They didn't take none of that. We seen a condom. We seen lube, other stuff in there, and they didn't take none of this. Sources close to the investigation tell the I-Team the Matthew LaFountain pictured in this social media photo, now removed, was the man at Lauren's apartment. A neighbor at his listed address in Milford confirmed LaFountain's identity, but we were unable to reach the 37-year-old who has not been accused of any wrongdoing.
Weird.
LaFountain's same image appeared under the name Matthew Thomas, now also taken down. Anyone that
I wonder if it's a troll account. I wonder if that's even a person.
Yeah, I wonder.
Nothing bad happened. You would at least even reach out to the family yourself. Listen, I know I'm sorry for your loss of your daughter or your sister.
The family's last contact with police was on January 4th at headquarters with their attorney.
What I believe is that the police failed to collect and preserve that environment from the first day.
The attorney has now filed a notice of claim to sue Bridgeport for negligence, claiming key evidence was not initially submitted to the state lab. I feel like because he's a white guy and she's a black girl, it's just almost like they just thrown it under the rug.
That night she was silenced, so now we are her voice. But we're here and we're fighting for her.
The Bridgeport Police Department did not respond to repeated messages we left about the case, but in previous statements, they've said the investigation is open and active, and that detectives are waiting for a final report from the medical examiner on the cause and manner of death. Sarah Wallace, News 4 New York.
Also, we just
this happened in December?
Yeah.
December 13th?
Yeah.
Why in the hell has there not been...
Yeah. Anything about it.
What the fuck?
Like there should be. Shout out Umbra on Discord, Lux's brother, for turning me onto this story. started a whole new page in Discord, and yeah, I'm pretty outraged by it. Before we go on to the next stream, and I'll probably say it at the beginning of every stream, another thing that Lux's brother kind of cued me into was like, look, there's a lot of people misogynist, dog whistling, and blaming Bumble or blaming women dating. And
no, I hate that.
You are banned from my chat the moment you make that accusation. I will entertain none of it. I don't care who you are, how far we go back. You blame Bumble or you blame the fact a woman wanted to go on a date, you are gone from my everything.
And if he doesn't catch you, I will.
Yeah, you're banned. Like, what was that, Justin?
What's Bumble?
Bumble is a dating app. It is the if you are a female on Bumble, you control the course of interaction. You reach out first, so men can't just blow you up with hey, how you doing, sup, girl?
Sounds logical.
Yeah, exactly, Ali. Victim blaming. No, the moment there's victim blaming, I'm going to consider that a manosphere dog whistle, and you are banned from this channel.
100%.
You are banned. I am not.
Like, I truly don't want anybody to message me afterwards and be like, here's my reasoning for it. I don't give a fuck.
No,
you don't victim blame.
We really don't. I really don't care. I'm going to preface every stream and every time we talk about it with that fact and make sure they know, like, no. If you're so self-absorbed that when you come on this channel you haven't listened to a single thing I say or I believe, then you don't belong here. This isn't your mirror. It's not your mirror.
And you're the same fucking people that are gonna say, what was she wearing whenever a girl gets raped? And at that point you're out too.
Yeah, you're out. Yeah, like I'm gonna take none of it. Because we're gonna move forward with some true crime, but again we're gonna bounce the misogyny. And yeah, I'm not gonna take it, particularly on this case. You know, if I'm mad
but what was she wearing? Did she ask for it? Like, are you kidding?
I'd love you to be a part of this one, Lux. I'd love it to death. I want to do some. I want to start next week, Monday. Probably do the first one. Gives me enough time to kind of get my links together, get my sources together, get a the building blocks of a timeline and some talking points and some things to discuss, and try to get a whole week of streams dedicated to the Lauren Smith Fields case.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, this one's got a fire lit under my butt, and when I said I'm done with true crime, Jameson says he really, it made my heart swell a little bit. He said he liked the way I do true crime, and it's obvious that other people do too. So we're gonna do it. I'm gonna be rational about it, and we're gonna have a good time.
You can't be done with true crime, not when I'm around.
No, I really can't. Well, I love too many people that's their thing,
Well, and I think you have a very interesting way of going about it. You're a very neutral party when it comes to like all true crime cases. And most people are not. Most people get their opinions and then that's what they roll with.
Yeah.
And it's really difficult to find somebody who is completely unbiased.
I like to think that I'm pretty grounded in the real world with my assessment on things like that. I really do.
Sometimes I need Jameson to be like, yeah, but, and I'm like, oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, everyone has a bias. I just happen to like Merck's take on things. I think you probably do, Ari. It's like, it's refreshing to see a man in the sphere.
Yes.
In a way fair.
It's to have a man come at it from a perspective, especially the way that he does, not to beep your horn.
Yeah, thank you guys. So it means the world to me hearing this, though, by the way. It really does mean the world to me. I again didn't really, just because of the I don't know. The way true crime can go and the way my own personality is, this means the world to me, and it's genuinely why I'm going to get back into it. Is I agree with Ali. Like, when I paused from doing true crime, every stream that was suggested and similar to mine, that was true crime centric, kind of devolved into this. Like Ali's talking about, this kind of irrational, loud, biased. So and so's guilty of this. So and so did that, and. So we're gonna go back to it. It'll probably be YouTube exclusive.
And I think that Allie, and maybe Allie will agree with me, I think it's very, very important to have men in a sphere where women are largely, not all the time, but largely the victims of crimes that we talk about. It's nice to have a man step up and be like, hey, this is fucked.
And affirming what we know is true, but it's a lot of times men aren't those champions.
Exactly.
Presented that way. Rick's not afraid to say it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I was having a conversation similar to this where a female had joined IGN, and this is gamer news, but people were really mad about it, and they were kind of throwing a fit about it in the chat, and a friend of mine was like, I was going to say something, but I just knew that I would get, harassed and bullied, and I'm like, but that's the kind of person we need. We need somebody who's going to speak up.
Yeah.
And not give a fuck about the harassment or whatever from other bullshit men.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna keep making them look bad. And again,
the loudest voices in the room, and that's usually the Alex Jones type,
exactly.
Not what we need to be. At least the spectrum of all different voices should be out there. And I like the way Merck has a like more evolved, I would say, look at stories like that.
Oh, thank you guys. That means the world to me. It really does.
He better. I'll kick his ass if he doesn't.
It really does mean the world to me.
Really?
Yeah. And well, another thing that any Murkies should know about me is I'm the oldest of 4. I have 3 younger sisters. I was raised by women. I had my father for, maybe 4 years at a time, and God love him. It was a great my father, when he is being a good father, he's a great father. He really is. But that was a relationship I had a little later in my life, and something that, endlessly grateful for. And he's still, in my life. I do love both of my parents, but I was raised by women. Yeah.
And I've told this story before, Allie, but I've told this story before, Allie, but I don't know if you were here for it. I remember being in junior high, maybe, Mark. And he said to me one day, just randomly out of the blue, he goes, you know what's really cool? And I'm really mad that I can't do it. And I was like, what? And he said, have a baby.
Oh, it fascinated me my whole childhood.
How beautiful it is that women get to have babies. And I'm just so sad that I'll never be able to experience something like that. And I was like, I love you, dude. And I love you too.
Well, there's one, I have the lamest of goals. I have the least amount of work to do when it comes to actually furthering the planet that I care about and the species that I care about. Women are the only reason we move forward, and then there's, things like you track your Jewish ancestry through your mother's side, and that's for a reason. Like that's a level of importance right there. Like that's obvious to me, and I've always almost been envious of in my youth, where it's like, I don't get to actually do anything. I don't actually leave. I have to work really hard to leave anything behind. Like
you were very bitter about it from a very early age, and it's just funny because it was like in that moment in middle school, maybe junior high, I was like, wow, that's
profound, really.
Yeah, that's such a respect for women that I guess I had never experienced before because Southern.
Oh yeah, Southern and conservative area. A lot of this comes from my grandmother. My grandmother was very involved in my life, the first decade of my life. Very much a mother figure to me, and she took no shit. She was oftentimes a single mother. She was a widow. She had my father late in her life when she already had 4 other kids. Like, she doesn't take any shit, and she was a very recognized and respected and loved nurse for the VA back home. And so I didn't just grow up around her being compassionate and not fall into traditional roles. Like, she didn't, she was everything to a household.
Yeah.
She was the mother, the father, the cook, the maid. She was everything to the household.
And it sounds like she was not like apologetic about it, or like she was kind of proud of that.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think I was raised by like a single mom, and it wasn't like a proud thing. It was like were barely
There was
getting
shame
by.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's kind of shamed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
we were always lacking something. And
Yeah.
it was like,
Oh,
now
my mom
looking
was
back,
quite the opposite, but I watched a lot of my friends grow up without parents that, well, it's just my mom, and it was really sad. My mom, though, my mother, whew, you know what I'm talking about, Mark. My mom's like, I don't need no man. She's married right now and has been happily for a long time. She finally found her soulmate, Lord willing.
Yep. Yep. No,
and she's still like, I don't need no man for nothing.
yeah. But my grandmother, man, never apologized for her opinion ever, and was very upfront about it.
Yeah.
Wore it on her sleeve. Now she read social cues really well. She I like to think a lot of my father's skill for sales comes from her.
Oh, probably.
Well, and we also have like my great uncle Sid. Like I had an uncle that I've told this story before. Like he'll game you out of your pocket knife, and no remorse. He will cheat you. He will cheat you. There's just she was unbending in her opinion, and it doesn't matter if she disagrees with the person she's married with, if she disagrees with whoever's in her room, but she also kept her own parlor. She had her space in her room, and if you were in her space acting a fool, she'll let you know.
Sounds like she had good boundaries and she impressed a lot on you, and that's so cool.
Yeah. It's absolutely why I handle myself the way I do, particularly in my own home. That's a big part of it. And I consider my YouTube channel almost an extension of my parlor. This is me talking about my opinions, and the people I have on, I respect their opinions. Arianthe, Renz. And while, I talked a little bit of smack earlier in the show about like Republicans and conservatives and stuff like that, but I want Renz to know in the Netherlands, like, I understand why you are the way you are. Like Renz is kind of anti-vax, but it's more about body autonomy because of where he's at. Does that make sense? Like he's at a place where it's like they have such little freedoms, honestly. And he has so much space. He's barely ever 6 feet, even 6 feet close to anybody. Like he doesn't see his neighbors from where he lives. Like mandating him doesn't make any sense. It's just taking even more freedoms away from a dude living in, I believe, a socialist country. So I understand him embracing that side of politics. I understand it. I've said on this stream frequently too, like when I go off on a political rant, this is me talking about American politics. If I'd probably be more conservative in a country where I had less freedoms. I would definitely take the side of the people shouting freedom, freedom, freedom.
It's like anything. Like you can only work from your own perspective, really, truly. I mean, unless you've lived some other life, you can't really. I mean, you can imagine, but
I also, I like to. One thing that really opened my eyes about that conversation with Renz was kind of the privilege I have as an American, like the freedoms I do have. Like it's easy for me to bitch about things that I want changed or that the world is doing wrong, but at the end of the day, I can go outside with a gun on my hip, no mask, not pay a fine, not get jailed. Like there's a lot of freedoms that I have that our European audience in particular does not have. And so that definitely, I want them to know. Like if you hear me talking smack on conservatives, you're welcome to come in here and tell me how it's different in Europe. I love it. Renz is always respectful and great. Special guest too. Special guest is somebody who, while we often disagree, you'll probably see us fight like a married couple, guys. But that's my best friend. The main person I want to collaborate with. He understands me creatively better than anybody else on planet Earth. And while we disagree, might fight like a married couple or yell over each other, like he's always welcome to my parlor with his opinion, even if it's a crazy old conservative opinion. I still like I might talk shit, but it's just because that's me.
They have way more political parties that they actually give time and voice to on their media. Like it's part of their public broadcasting system. They have to pay a public listening and viewing license just to have it. And so all 7 or 8 parties or whatever it is get equal time to sort of tell their story and impress their public with their ethos. And I think that's cool. And it's so different than what we have here. So how could we say we know what their politics are like? We really don't.
We really don't. And Renz opened my eyes too about how, like what drew him to the online presence of the Proud Boys initially was it seemed like they were just chill dudes down for freedom. Like they were just into beer, smoking, and Mario. He was, he's like, I genuinely didn't know there was any icky stuff behind that. And
they're good at PR, yeah.
Yeah, but it's because, he's hearing like the Gavin McInnes stuff, which again is going to resonate for somebody who has way less freedoms than I do. Way less freedoms than I do. And faces way more severe penalties for breaking any kind of mandate or anything like that. Even in America, like we have a legal system for a reason, and I really do believe in our legal system. While it is flawed and can be corrupted, everything is like that. But there's a lot of arguments you guys are going to start hearing me also say, well, this is why we have litigation and moving on. I've entertained some of the misogynist crowd's arguments too long here, and I'm done with that. But yeah, I love you guys. I'm going to go ahead and bounce on out of here for the day.
Thank you. Good to see you guys.
Absolutely.
Like, share, subscribe.
Oh, please like, share, and subscribe. I'll probably be streaming tomorrow, just another news and views. Let's hang out and watch some news. But Monday, we're going to start with the Lauren Smith Fields case. And that's what the streams are going to be dedicated to.
Cool. That'll give me some time to research it and know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I want everybody to have a good weekend and some warning. And, I've said it in the Discord, say it on the stream, make sure everybody in every sphere knows, like, this is where we're going with it.
I've been so MIA that I haven't kept up with anything. I haven't, I've just been in the car most of the time.
You're good. Hey, and again, shout out Umbra. This is a grim topic, and this is one of those that I know was posted because it absolutely lights a fire in the heart and hurts. This is a case that hurts.
Yeah, this is tragic.
Yeah.
Awful.
Yeah. And
I missed my birthday with you guys and everything. I'm 31 now.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, later, Graph. And man, happy birthday, 31. I'll be 31 in a month. Well, actually less than, in a little over a week. I'll be 31.
Yeah, you're coming up, and Derek's gonna be 32 soon. We're getting old, bruh.
Yeah. But there's also some stuff, I want to do with Arianthe. I want to maybe, okay. So one thing I had to deal with when we did true crime last time were just a couple initial murky mystics, kind of crossing the line on my consent when it comes to things like tarot readings. So I'd like to maybe just do that with you as some filmed content that I post up on the Rants or Reviews page.
Sure, absolutely, yeah.
A whole bunch of people trying to read you without your permission.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's really gross, and that's a thing that I kind of it kind of freaked me out at first because people were like, "Hey, I'm gonna do a tarot reading for you," and I'm like, "Okay, but no."
Yeah, but no, I don't
But it would
really.
just happen anyway.
Yeah.
Just a little thing, guys. You can't do that.
No.
Don't read tarot for people without their permission. That's weird and crosses a pretty heavy line.
Yeah, and really only
one witchcraft community knows better than that.
Yeah, they do.
The legitimate witchcraft community knows better than that, and that's something I don't really want a Barnes and Noble deck reading from somebody that's wine drunk at 1 a.m. You know what I'm saying? I'm not looking for that.
Yeah.
I'm not. That's not me. It's not. So I'd rather just just get that out of the way and just post that up. And if anybody,
I blame Trisha Paytas because she's a witch on TikTok now.
Is she? Is she a witch on TikTok now? Oh man.
Yeah, she is.
She got some heat during Hanukkah, wearing that yarmulke, doing the lighting of the menorah. Yeah.
Well, not only did she do that, but then she turned around and she was like, "Whenever you celebrate your first solstice as a pagan," and I was like, "Oh, girl, no, please don't come for me."
Don't. Yeah. Oh, Trisha.
Oh, no. I've been left out of it this far, and now here we are.
Well, we got to do a
you're not
video
gonna be
on this.
50.
We got to do a video on Trisha being a witch.
50 years younger.
Yeah, she's
the most trending religion right now.
That's true. That's true. That's very
And
true.
it happens from time to time. People will come and go from paganism or Wicca or what have you, and it's just because they don't.
In general.
Yeah, and it's just simply because they don't feel fulfilled within their own religion. Sometimes they stay and sometimes they go, but I welcome them all in. Just don't be weird about it.
Don't be weird about it. And don't, again, like, I'm not your boyfriend. Like, I've got friends that are, again, I'm sure whoever it is hella qualified, but the only person that did it to me was the severely underqualified people. And it's like, dude, if I'm gonna want this done, I'm gonna ask I'm gonna ask Arianthe, I'm gonna ask,
Yeah. Well, that's because the people who are super qualified won't do it without your permission.
Exactly.
I miss her so much.
Goth Angel
wait
Tara.
for you to ask them, not the other way around.
Exactly.
People that do the asking are typically still in the practicing stage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I saw Chandra the strange post on Instagram, the first one in a long time, like yesterday or today.
I miss her.
So hopefully As comes on back to the Discord at some point. Again, we're gonna get back into true crime, and I want to start filming some stuff about cryptids and anything anybody writes down on a notepad and wants to make a video about, let me know.
Justin, I have to run the bottle tree thing by you because I'm so obsessed.
Oh man.
Bring it on. I know a little bit, and if I don't know much about it, I can get someone else in on it too.
I hear Bottle Tree, I think the movie Ray.
Justin, you also have something that you've been working on, and I really want you to finish it because I'm dying. I'm dying for it.
Oh yeah, I hit a roadblock on that bastard, but I'm getting there.
Well, let's push forward.
Yeah, you guys got this.
Because I need that, and if Merc had any idea what we were talking about, he would be on your butt too.
Oh yeah, I will be a creative on it, but oh yeah, hell yeah, get it done. Do it. Use your hands.
Later.
Use your hands.
Okay.
And let me promote it. All right, gang, I'm gonna pop up out of this Discord. It's been a pleasure.
All right, we'll see you later, guys.
Hey, we'll see you later. Oh, later. Oh, I love you guys out there in YouTube land. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Talk to you guys later.
you